Israel, in trying to improve transparency, they know the world is calling for a pause. Their intelligence says that they are using the hospital grounds as a command center, especially underground, in order to prove that that intelligence is correct, not that they are trying to convince anyone, because they know whether they do good or do.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. I will just hold off, so that people join, because if I just start off, a lot of people will miss the video. So I don't want to fully go ahead so that they don't miss the entire presentation, because I just want to present some stuff, and I don't understand. It's just about this NEDMEDIA. He seems to be doing something really strange, and that might actually undermine some of our arguments even within our country. He is justifying mothering 4,000 something children, and then some very terrible things that are going on, and he completely turns a blind eye to it. And I'm not even, this is not a conflict that anybody should be taking sides, really. It's a conflict that anybody that is decent and has got some integrity will say, you know what, plague on both of your houses, you need to stop this, and whoever is engineering this conflict needs to stop it, because both sides have got blood on their hands. Both sides have got a lot of immoral, they've done a lot of immoral things, but in the end there are good people on either side. The Israelis have their good people. The Palestinians have a lot of good people too. The idea that it's justified to just go and start killing the innocent. Why are all these people that like trouble? Why are they not busy fighting themselves? And why NEDMEDIA decides that he's going to start in the middle? Oh, I'm going to take side. Who are you to go and take side? All this sort of stuff. That's kind of stuff that bring cost to your people, and you don't know. You go and get yourself involved in things that is none of your business to be doing. Taking sides on something that, and especially when there's blood being shed on one side, so much blood, and not just ordinary blood, children and women's blood, and you are just sitting there acting as if you don't see what is going on. And I don't know where NEDMEDIA is from in Nigeria. I just hope he's not from the southeast by any means. Because he's from the southeast and he's supporting this kind of stuff. I don't understand it. How can you support this kind of stuff given the history of the southeast with all the starvation that Nigerian military put the southeast through? They put them through so much starvation. You had children having kwashoko and very thin in malnutrition. And he's supporting a situation whereby people are just, brutalizing each other. If you want to go after Hamas, go after Hamas. Nobody is saying Israel should not go after Hamas. Go after Hamas fully. Because Hamas is just as terrible as the Israeli government too. They deserve each other. But what have those 4,500 children got to do with it? What has the women done? That they have paid far more price than the terrible people. Hamas is terrible. They should face the consequences of what they've done, because you can't just go and kill people and expect that there wouldn't be consequences, and you go and start digging it underground and leave your citizens above. Then you should face the music. But so should the Israelis make Hamas face the music, not go and start bombing civilians and killing innocent people. It's a very common sense thing to say. Why NEDMEDIA cannot say that? Go after the guilty. You can't kill so many civilians when looking for one Hamas person. You kill 10, 20, some people say as much as 100 to one Hamas fighter. That's just unacceptable. Because you can go and fight them inside a hole. You don't have to go and fight them inside the hole if you don't want to fight them inside the hole. Just block the hole and move on. Look for all the holes that they are in and block all the holes. Let them live on the ground. Maybe they turn to another species of human beings and start crawling like snakes on the ground. If that's where Hamas wants to die, because I don't like what Hamas has done. They left their people above ground. They didn't protect them. They didn't build bomb shelters for them. I think that's a little bit of a terrible thing for them to do. You can't leave your people without protection. Hey, like I said on this title, is there something for us to learn here? Does Nigeria have bomb shelter at all? Hey, we don't do. How many African countries has bomb shelter? Let me see. Ghana, no. What is it? Cameroon, no. No, none of us do. None of us do. If there is a conflict that comes into our country now, other people want to come and attack us. When they are bombing, they are going to be bombing soft roof. We are all sitting ducks. Even Hamas has done better. Our soldiers don't barely even have bunkers themselves. Hamas even has done better than our own military. Our military are sitting ducks, open to the sky. Whatever they want to throw on us, they will throw on us. And NEDMEDIA is there taking side for something that has nothing to do with him. Instead of him to be learning lessons, what we want to do is learn lessons of things we don't want to happen to us and things we shouldn't encourage in this world. I will play a video. I will play his video so that we don't have to go through it too much. I think we've got about 15 people on here. Remember to like and share. This is very important because I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers. It's not a lot. I'm still about 80 subscription down. And for Iroko Post TV too, we are trying to get to 500. At least just if we can get there by the ending of this month, that would be very good, so that we can be able to, it takes us to a totally new arena. How YouTube tends to have these milestones that when you meet, it tends to put you in a better place. Yeah, NEDMEDIA is a very, very strange character because he's done a lot of good work. Super Black, he's done a lot of good work. Like sometimes you see some, when he was analyzing the presidential election, I really liked what he did. He did a lot of good work there. But sometimes I must say, even in those analyses, he was extremely biased without actually pulling out the facts of the situation. Like in the case of why the judges decided that the case, the reason why this in IREV didn't work properly. This IREV is, for those in the diaspora, is the medium by which the public views the election results. And it went down during the election, and the reason why the reason they gave for it, NEDMEDIA didn't state it. All he kept saying was that the server was down and all that. They never tell you. They don't come out and tell you the proper reason. The reason was that they claim that the application that is running the election voting this thing that publishes the information could not, within the application itself, it could not create directories. But he didn't tell people that. So even when he was covering it, there was still an element of bias, but he did a lot of good work. I have to admit that. And his presentation is reasonably good and clear. So I'm not even close to the kind of work he has done. I know that. But you have to hold people accountable. I don't care how you think you have been doing well. I really don't care. If I can talk about even our leaders, who is NEDMEDIA. Point is, what I'm seeing him do is quite immoral, really. You can't watch 4,500 children die and you just keep putting it on a militia group, a terrorist group, really. The terrorist group didn't kill 4,500 children. It's not the terrorist group that did that. You can't tell me the terrorist group is commanding Israel, kill, kill, kill. They are underground. How many of them have you managed to kill? How many terrorist groups have you seen Israelis dragging on the street? This is the kind of things we need to learn lessons from. Because if you are saying this type of stuff is acceptable, are you going to say that the Nigerian military is justified to go and kill 4,000 people because somebody did something to them, or the Niger Delta people did something to them, or bandits did something to them? They go and kill innocents. I don't know why he thinks that is a good idea. He just keeps making excuses. Let me just play the video so that people can start getting the idea what I'm talking about. I'll try to race through it because I'm going to present other testimonies of Israelis themselves. I don't like using other people. I will have Israelis testify themselves about what they have seen, the things that they are doing, the kind of stuff he is justifying. He doesn't even bother to go and do the research. I don't care too much about history now because history, he says, she says, he says. The point is, there is a conflict, you have to settle it. And one side cannot just go about killing people constantly, maltreating them, treating them terribly all the time. Like you won't let them go because you become corrupted. And nobody wants to, the people like NEDMEDIA doesn't want to call it out. Does NEDMEDIA think that the whole world is wrong? Like 80% of the world is against what Israel is doing. That's if not more. Others are just pretending as if they don't know. Let me just play this quickly.
Transparency. They know the world is calling for a pause. Their intelligence says that they are using the hospital grounds as a command center, especially underground, in order to prove that that intelligence is correct, not that they are trying to convince anyone, because they know whether they do good or do bad, people will believe whatever they want to believe. Among the videos they released a few hours ago is this tunnel with a spiral staircase that goes deep underground. They've not finished exploring the tunnel. By the end that goes under the hospital, they found this massive blast-proof door. According to
You notice what happened in that tunnel video now? They said it went deep underground, but yet you saw it now. It didn't go that deep. Then suddenly the video cut. If you let's do that again. And this is kind of stuff people don't bother to ask serious questions about. Look at the depth of the tunnel here, and watch the
goes
cut in
under
the
the
video.
hospital, they found this massive
Boom.
blast-proof
The video cut straight up to the other side. Why did Israeli not present the entire thing? Let's keep going.
door. According to them, it is booby-trapped. So what could be lurking behind that door? A possible hostage room? Anyway, looking at the small hole on the door, you can see that anyone approaching this door will be a sitting duck. Now, let's see the other video they released. This one is a recording of a CCTV camera inside the hospital. It looks like the reception area. As you can see, some men are taking someone inside. The man is walking on his own. He doesn't need emergency. Some part of his head is covered by his own shirt. And if you notice, these guys seem to know their way around the hospital. No one is showing them where they will go.
You see what he's saying? That he's basically indicting the people that came to a hospital to save hostage lives because they know their way around the hospital. Are you surprised they know their way around the hospital? This is Gaza. Do you know how many times they've been to that hospital? You can barely grow up in that kind of territory where they are shooting people all the time. Do you know how many wars has happened there in the last 20 years? How many conflicts has happened? At least 4 that has resulted in so many deaths, injuries. Even when there is no war, people are dying. There's barely any day that went by in the last 20 years one Palestinian didn't die in that Gaza Strip in the hands of the Israelis. There's barely one day. If you take on average, at least. So I don't know what he's talking about. And how can he not know? If I go to A&E in the UK now, I know exactly where A&E is. I know where I need to go. In the UK, I don't even go there that much. How is that? How is that confusing to NEDMEDIA? And he's turning that to the reason why. And if you look at this nurse is not very happy too. He's making it because if Hamas is using that place as their base of operation, the nurse is going to be like, oh yeah, our guy is back. Let them come in. This nurse is not very happy the way they just went in. If you look at the way that nurse was, I think it's a nurse or a doctor or something. The way he threw his hand up, he wasn't very happy. Just
And
watch
if
him.
you notice, these guys seem to know
Watch
their
this
way
guy.
around
Watch
the
this guy.
hospital.
Look at what he was
No
doing.
one is showing them where they
Look at what
will
he
go.
did.
No one is ushering them
Watch
in.
that guy. You see
In
that?
fact,
That guy threw his hand up. He wasn't happy with the way things were just going. It's like, what's going on? They are bombing people and all the rest. They are not happy with what is going on. If they walked there, that's not how that nurse is going to be reacting. He's not going to be reacting like, oh, like, what are you people doing in there? I don't even know whether he's a nurse, but he doesn't seem happy. And if they are trying to save the life of a hostage by taking the hostage to a hospital, because they know if the hostage is alive, that is going to be more valuable for them. So how is that a big? That's the reason why the hospital is suddenly the operation center for Hamas. I don't get that. The video that the Israelis presented, they made it sound as if there was a massive complex under the hospital that Hamas built there. It is the most senseless thing for Hamas to do. But yet somehow NEDMEDIA believes it.
The way they are walking, you will see that they know the hospital very well. It's like they walk there. It's just like someone walking into.
Oh yeah, is that how you drag a hostage? Of course, Hamas has tunnels. Hamas has tunnels everywhere in Gaza. They may even have a tunnel running through underneath the hospital, but that doesn't make it the headquarters of the hospital. That doesn't make the hospital the headquarters. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Hamas may not have a tunnel running through there. From what I gather, the amount of that the length and the size of the tunnels in terms of the length and the how much tunnel they've done, yes, it's a lot. You can't miss anything in Gaza based on that. You will run through anything. Hospitals, how do you avoid all the hospitals? Do you know how many hospitals? You will hear what he says in this video. There are so many hospitals in Gaza because of so many casualties all the time. How do you escape hospitals? You can't. And it's almost like saying even Israel itself should not have military facilities near civilian areas. There are military facilities all over the place in civilian areas. In Israel too, because these lands are not very big and they are very, very militarized, especially Israel. Israel is very militarized, and most of their secret services and all the organizations, they will have establishments next to civilian establishments. Are you going to say they should not do that? I think somewhere along the line, NEDMEDIA seems to do what some people have done. They've just decided that Palestinians are not human beings, and if they wanted to fight Israel, they should fly in the air somehow. That's how they should do it. That way they will be proper.
His home or his office. You don't need someone to direct you to where you will go, which room you will enter. And looking at the Google map of the entire area, you will see that it was intentional. They didn't just want to walk into any hospital. They chose this particular one for a reason. Now, let's examine this map. That's the border crossing at the top right corner. That's where they came in on that fateful day. And anyone under an emergency that is seeking to treat an injury, the person will definitely choose the first hospital in sight. But that was not the case. As you can see,
Olumide, the Americans called it a node. They didn't call it a headquarter. They even a kind of put it down from the way the Israelis are describing. They call it a node. A node. You know what a node means? It means it's not that significant. It's just part of the network of tunnels, and that's what it's supposed to be. I'm not shocked at all to see that. What did he expect was going to happen? That Hamas is going to find a way to put their tunnels under the road of Gaza, only under the road of Gaza, not anywhere else. And even if they put it under hospital, are you going to bomb the hospital because of it? It's not a reason to bomb the hospital, because you can still get those tunnels without bombing the entire hospital down. The reason why Israelis are doing what they are doing is just downright out of just anger. And to be fair, they do have a high sense of threat, which you can understand given everything they have gone through. But there is another sinister aspect to this that is beginning to manifest itself, that people will be shocked. And I'm surprised people are shocked, because this is what happens. When you have so much power like this over a people, you become corrupt. You saw what the Europeans did with American, slaves and all in the Middle East and in America, all the nasty things that happened there. So people abuse others when they can get away with it. Yeah, it is war, Olumide, but you don't go and start killing children in war at this rate. Even, do you know all the wars that's happened in the last how many years? The only ones that kill children at this rate is the genocidal ones, like the Rwandan one. that have killed children at this type of rate. No other war has. All the wars Iraq, America has gone to, in 1 month, you've killed 4,000 children. Ah, I don't know. I don't know about you. I've never seen that before.
See, this is the first hospital. There's another one here. There's the Indonesian hospital. There's another one at the back. In this vicinity alone, there's up to 4 or 5 hospitals. They never chose any of them. So you can understand why they chose that hospital. They could have used
I can't find. I talk about Congo all the time. I actually made a video recently about it, and I'm going to highlight it again just for good measure.
any other one, but they left all of them and went straight to the hospital. And when someone is entering a hospital for the first time, or even any other time, you will be stopped at the reception. You'll be asked for paperwork, your insurance card, and all that. And they will take you to a room where you wait to be attended to by a professional, a doctor, a nurse, any other professional working in the hospital. And looking at the other video they released a few days ago, all the CCTV cameras around the reception area were taped over. So it means that after the first day or the second day, they realized that the CCTV cameras were capturing every.
Oh God, I'm tired of trying to correct this guy. How can he say first Hamas is supposed to be having a headquarters there, then they put CCTV cameras to monitor themselves? Wrong. And how can he say Hamas has been in there for how many days? Then they discovered that the camera was videoing and then they covered it. Wrong. That doesn't make sense at all. Then, guess what he said again?
Everything that was going on in the hospital. So they had to tape them over, but they forgot to look for the recording to wipe it. If
Oh God, Hamas forgot to look for the recording to wipe it. Ew! These are people that dug hundreds of miles of underground tunnel, but they forgot to wipe a videotape. But they were clever enough to put a sellotape around over the camera. That's why you should be asking critical questions. I'm very doubtful it was Hamas that did that. If they did that, they would have taken the video. They would have taken a lot of things from that hospital. And that's another thing. I don't think he put it in this video. He showed a video once that Hamas put guns next to MRI machines. If he knew how MRI machines work, MRI machines are highly magnetic. If they put a gun there, hey God, it's going to destroy the machine. MRI machines have very strong magnets that to the point whereby if you have any metal on you, you don't go in there, it's going to kill you. And that's where Israel and the Israeli guys, they are not always very clever. They think they are very clever when they are making these videos. They just reveal that they had a hand in it. As a matter of fact, the BBC reporters, I wish I could show that video today. The BBC reporter were showing that the watch he was wearing, some of the time on the watch was showing that what he was saying didn't correlate. So that is why they don't bring people to show people. They don't bring reporters in. That's why they don't show people everything. They will just come and tell you, oh, this is it. They will just come and tell you, we know what's going on. This is it. Let's just carry on, Jerry.
If they did that, this evidence wouldn't have been found today. Now, looking back at the map, why did they choose this particular hospital? It might be because of the location. It is very close to a harbor. Look at the harbor beside. So for logistics reasons, moving anything from the harbor to the hospital, it is a very good choice.
He just makes silly points. What does that got to do with anything? He said they have so many hospitals in Gaza has many hospitals because there is a war zone. That's what happens when people get shot all the time. And Lumide say, why would another race ask for another race to that they will be asking to wipe another race? Yes, that is a terrible thing to say. You want to wipe out another race. We all agree, but there are a lot of crazy people out there saying they want to do crazy things. Sometimes some of them will say it, but they don't have any way of manifesting it. And those that kind of people authorities ignore because they will say, yeah, he's just talking, he can't do anything anyway. But Hamas says those things, and we act as if Hamas can destroy Israel. You know Hamas cannot destroy Israel. They don't have the capacity to do it. They will try, but they don't have the capacity. There's a difference there. Hamas might have the will, might have the intention, might have everything, but they don't have the capacity. And secondly, Olumide, you tell me this. You riddle me this question. Why did the Israeli government spend millions upon millions funding Hamas? Riddle me that one. Why would the Israeli government spend millions funding Hamas that wants to destroy them? Olumide, you know what? I really need you to answer that one, please. And Peter Pan, I hope so you answer that question too. You tell me, why would the Israeli government spend millions upon millions funding Hamas? If you can answer me that question, I will really, really respect you. You know, I would think I will understand that you're a deep guy. Let's get on with this video.
Besides, they seem to have many hospitals around the area. They must have the highest number of hospitals per square kilometer in the world. There are nearly 40 hospitals in the strip. Maybe it is because of the other need that the hospitals serve them. Now, let's hear some voices of reason from the Arab world. Many people are not aware that people are speaking up. That's why people shouldn't generalize. Many people in the Arab world know the solution. They know the deep issues that are causing the crisis. That's why they are lending their voice in order to solve the problem. People calling for a pause should also call for the release of the people they are holding. It's like taking someone's phone and running into the house and locking the door. And the person you took his phone.
Yeah, he's saying they should release Israeli this thing, but did you hear him talk about the thousands of Palestinians that are jailed in Israeli prison, including young people that are considered underage? But no, he doesn't see that. And most people that just support Israel don't see the opposite. But it's all right. Palestinians, their lives don't matter, of course. And who is asking whether I don't value human life? That is my whole point. All lives matter. You can't justify killing children like that. You can't justify killing women like that. I understand the need for security. I tell you this, if you think those people are being killed because they are just trying to secure themselves, no, they're actually killing them because they just want to punish the Palestinians. And they've said it. It's not like we are the ones saying, they've said that's what they are looking to do. But it's all right. I'm going to present some details and so that you guys can understand what I'm trying to say here. Let's get on with it.
Phone is banging on the door, banging, 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 and you're shouting from inside the house and telling the person, stop banging on my door. You already know that if you return his phone, he will stop banging on your door. So why not return the phone so that he will stop banging on the door? Now, let's hear from Wada Sultan, an Arab American who is a doctor. She is of Syrian descent. She talks about religion and why people should stop behaving as if we're in the Stone Age. Let's take a listen.
Why would you? Yeah, Israel supported Hamas when they considered the PA was not a bigger threat. Palestinians were negotiating with them while they were doing that. Hamas had Arafat had already signed a peace deal that wants to that already signed an agreement that they want to reach a peace deal with Israel. Arafat has recognized Israel's right to exist, but yet they were funding Hamas. Why? And Simon UK, what I would say to you is that go and find out what Israelis say about why they were doing it. Find out. Then it's not me saying it. What they said, what Netanyahu said himself, why he's doing it. Okay.
يا أخي آمن بالحجر ولكن إياك أن تضربني بها. أنت حر في أن تعبد من تشاء ولكن لا علاقة لك بعقائد الآخرين سواء آمنوا بأن المسيح هو الله ابن مريم أو أن الشيطان هو الله ابن مريم. اتركوا الناس في عقائدهم. اليهود خرجوا من مأساة، فرضوا احترامهم على العالم بعلمهم لا بإرهابهم، بعملهم، لا بزعيقهم. البشرية مدينة بمعظم اكتشافات وعلوم القرن التاسع عشر والقرن.
I must say yesterday it was a bit interesting how Masca was responding to this, because this lady said so many things, that some things that were true, but so many things that were not very accurate, that appeared to be accurate, but they are not. Like you saying that Christians have not destroyed churches, and yes, they have. Even Jews have destroyed churches. They destroyed mosques, even in it's got several mosques in this attack, this last conflict. So they do. It's not like they don't. But she says some things that I sympathize with a little bit, that the Arabs and the Muslims tend to be a bit aggressive towards others. There is some truth there. I don't think anybody will pretend as if that is not happening, but that is different from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I don't know why people conflate things too much, but then again, let her finish.
20 لعلماء اليهود 15 مليون مشرد في العالم جمعوا شملهم ووصلوا إلى حقوقهم بالعمل والعلم. لم نرى يهوديا واحدا يفجر نفسه داخل مطعم ألماني. لم نرى يهوديا واحد يهدم كنيسة. لم نرى يهوديا واحد يحتج على ذلك بقتل الناس. حول المسلمين 3 تماثيل للإله بوذا إلى حطام. لم نرى بوذيا واحدا يحرق مسجدا أو يقتل مسلما أو يحرق كنيسة أو يحرق سفارة، ولكن وحدهم المسلمون يدافعون عن معتقداتهم بحرق الكنائس وقتل الناس وهدم السفارات. هذه طريقة لن تؤدي بهم إلى نتيجة. على المسلمين أن يسألوا أنفسهم ماذا يستطيعون أن يقدموا للبشرية قبل أن يطالبوا تلك البشرية.
And you know what this woman is saying here is, most of the people that support Israel, this is what they are reacting to. Because I think part of the reason why some people support Israel is not necessarily because they hate the Palestinians on their own, but their experience with Islam, their experience with Arabs. Can you imagine the Sudanese now encountering Arabs and see what is going on in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? They are not going to feel sympathy for the Palestinians. They're going to support Israel, say, you deal with these people, because these people have been giving us hell. Because the truth is, what is going on in Palestine right now, is happening to the Sudanese, black Sudanese. The war, the so-called civil war that is going on in Sudan right now, they are using that opportunity to cleanse the area of black people in Sudan. Again, this has been happening if not for centuries. So you can see why some people don't feel sympathy for the Arabs. And what this lady is saying, she has a point. She says, they demand before you demand respect, what have you got to offer to the world? Because all they care about is expansion. You can see not all of them, obviously, but I'm talking about the people driving the agenda. And there was this video I played yesterday where someone said something about they are pushing further south towards southern Africa. That's pushing southwards in Africa at about 15 or 5 kilometers a year. That's how much the Islamic faith is expanding south. Because they are expansionists. If you try to talk to them, they use intimidation, they kill people and all that stuff. This is the reason why, if you see some people that are not supporting Palestinians, this is a part of the reason why. Because some of them have had very, very terrible experience from the hands of Islamic militants and some Arabs.
Yeah,
she's absolutely right. This is a fundamental issue. Whether it is about land or religion, whatever the problem is, let's make an illustration using this map. This animation shows where the oldest fossil of a Homo sapien was found in the world. In other words, the origin of man. So you can see the first man was found around the Eastern Africa. All men in the world today originated from here. It was from here that they spread out. As you can see, some spread out towards Southern Africa, some to the western part and northern part of the African continent. They went into the Middle East. From there, they spread to Asia, Europe, and America, even Oceania. So you can see how men spread out to discover other parts of the world, and they came to inhabit all the places they discovered. Some even acquired more land by military conquest. So all men are immigrants wherever they find themselves today, whether they went there in the modern times or they migrated in the early times to conquer the regions and occupy the places. Even the people living in Eastern Africa, where the origin of man can be traced, they are still immigrants because
Oh, did you all hear what NEDMEDIA did there? Oh my God. The guy, he cannot start arguing from the logical point of saying, oh, Israel, they used to be there for 2,000 years ago, because he's now aware that even that 2,000 years ago, they occupied it from another group of people. So now he's saying that we evolved from Earth. He has gone all the way back. He has gone all the way back to the migration of human beings, humanity, 50,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, to explain Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This is crazy, man. This is just crazy. What in the world is that? What he said he's doing now is that it's like, because human beings move from one point to the other, they kill each other, that Israel is okay to do what he's doing now. What is that? And he went on to say, even the human beings that originated in Africa, they are migrants. That is factually wrong, I'm sorry to say. Because when you are born somewhere and evolve somewhere, you didn't migrate. I'm sorry. You didn't migrate. What kind of point is that? He's bending so further backward that he wants to just say things that don't even make sense. Does he understand that migration means moving from one place to another? You can't be born somewhere and you say you migrated there. We evolved, and we're not just born in Africa, we evolved in Africa. That is even deeper than just being born somewhere. But yet he calls us migrants anyway, just to justify what Israel is doing. But it's all good. That is on him anyway. Let me tell you this question. When Hamas fires rockets into Israel, does he consider if these rockets will hit citizens? You see, what I will ask you this is, if a child throws a tennis ball at you, do you go and start mauling the entire area, the child down? Because the level of damage the child does is not the same as the response if you go and start mauling the child down. No matter the intention of the child didn't care whether they are aiming at your eye, whether they are aiming at your leg, they are aiming at something, it doesn't matter. Point is that Hamas is not a child. Hamas is using rockets, but the rocket is not as damaging as what Israel is doing now. And Hamas rocket is not the same as what Israel's weapons can do. They are not on the same level. You can't equate Hamas and a nuclear power state. That is crazy. Why are you saying I'm being disingenuous? Hamas is a smaller entity than Israel. Do you agree with me on that? If that is true, then they are firing rockets. Yes, the rockets are aggravating and they should be taken care of, but does that justify killing 4,500 children? Are you serious that justifies killing 4,500 children? And not to mention the women. The women probably are 3,000 something women too. You saw premature children dying. Premature children are dying, and you want to sit here and say because Hamas fired rocket, all that should happen. If Putin went into Ukraine and started killing children like this, what would you people be saying? All of you siding with Israel, doing all those type of things, what would you be saying if Putin went into Ukraine and started killing children like this? This is madness. How some people can sit here and justify it, I don't even get it. You can you can condemn killing of those children and women, but still support Israel's right to defend itself. You know that, don't you? Because I do support Israel's right to defend itself. But it doesn't mean you should go and commit war crime, genocide, or ethnic cleansing. Now, I will play videos from the other side so that you hear what the Israelis themselves are saying. Let me do that now.
Earth is older than man. The earth has existed for.
So this is a kind of music that they've released now as a way of, celebrating the conflict. And you people that are supporting this, you don't understand the culture people are supporting that is emerging in Israel, the culture that's emerging in Israel. And someday the world will have to pay for this again. And this is how America supported Osama bin Laden. They supported him and then he turned to an evil empire. They supported Saddam Hussein until they hated him. What they've created in Israel could be for one of the most dangerous forces, because Israel is becoming corrupted by their power. You know what they say about power now? Power corrupts absolutely. That's what we are watching happen. These are children that they used to make music about the war in Israel and what they are going to be doing. So let me just play it quickly, then I'll give you show you some of the videos of what some Israelis were saying. There was this journalist all the way back to 2015, what he was saying about what Israel is doing there. Then you hear what a soldier that was in the conflict, this last conflict that was there, what he saw and what happened. Let me play this.
Saying that they're targeting for damage, not accuracy, promising to reduce Gaza to a city of tents, stating that Gaza must be destroyed because almost every building in Gaza is a stronghold of Hamas. We really could go on. If there was a hypothetical war crimes tribunal, you wouldn't need to dig through top secret classified Israeli documents to work out intent. You just need to listen and read through what Israeli leaders and officials said in publicly, which could hardly be less subtle than screaming, "We are committing war crimes," by the way, very loudly. Well, if you want the most disturbing example of the unambiguously genocidal mentality that now grips Israeli society, then I'm afraid this is it. A song shared on the website of and the Twitter account of the public broadcaster Khan News features a group of children promising to annihilate everyone in Gaza. This is not a joke. It's called Friendship Song 2023, and Khan News shared it yesterday before abruptly deleting it. So they shared it on their website and their Twitter account and then deleted it. It was made by a PR producer. We'll talk about this. And the lyrics promise to annihilate the swastika bearers. In another year, there will be nothing there, and we will safely return to our homes. Within a year, we will annihilate everyone, and then we will return to plow our fields. Now, where do you even begin here? You might think this is too on the nose, too completely unhinged to be real. Well, I have some bad news for you. Now, this comes on top of some other, frankly, genocidal rhetoric from the Israeli state and influential politicians and public figures, which I will come on to. But let's just start with this song. Brace yourself. It really is beyond belief.
Did you see that? Are you reading this? In another year, there will be nothing there. Does that look like a people that are just looking for Hamas? Okay, keep going. I hope you all saw the power of the Israeli military there, and the sad tale that children are singing about, completely treating other people. 2 million, by the way, is supposed to be the population of Gaza. That they are saying that in 1 year there will be nothing there. 2 million, and they made a song of it. But I hope you all are just, all the supporters, keep cheering when you clap until the blood of the innocent starts soaking in your hands. You are not going to stop. I don't understand how people are so eager to watch other people die. I don't get it. How can you support that? It's not about I'm not even taking. I'm more sympathetic to Israel. As a matter of fact, I think more like the Israelis. If you think about it, I'm very, very paranoid. I wish our people were like them. You shouldn't take nonsense. You saw some part of the song where you say, we'll show people how we deal with our enemies. But our people, we don't even do half of the stuff those people do. If they come for us now, we are just sitting ducks everywhere. But that said, that is part of the narrative that people don't pick up on. And someone went on to compile a list of the genocidal statements that have been made by Israeli officials in just the last 1 month. Pages over pages of statements indicating their intention. And some people are actually okay with it. Actually, killing 4,500 children is fine. Actually, many of the people supporting Israel here. I think Peter Pan, you are also in support of. You are okay with 4,500 children being killed by Israelis. So that is fine. If you support that, at least you are brave enough to say that. Say for that, Hamas is allowing Palestinians to leave. It's not allowing Palestinians. Don't you know about that? Why? See, even if you told Palestinians to leave, many of them will refuse to leave. Why? Because they know Israel will not let them. But how do you think Israel was built? Thousands of more, not thousands. I mean, more than I don't know how many villages were destroyed. The Gaza that you see today, most of them, 70% of them are refugees from their original land. Where do you think Israel came from? Israel didn't come from empty space. They displaced the Palestinians to put them there. So they don't want to leave. Why would they? Many of them, you know what they call it? They call it the Nakba. That why would they allow that to happen again? Because they know if they leave, they will not let them back. And I get the feeling that that's what Israeli wants them to do. Because now they finished with northern Gaza, they are saying they want to go to Khan Yunis, which is further south, and they are also trying to ask them to move again from there. I think the pressure around the world is what is stopping them. They would have pushed all those people out of that area by now. They want to take the entire land. This is something that they are not even hiding. That's what Netanyahu came to the UN to say just barely about 2 months ago. The UN Assembly, go and watch what Netanyahu said there. He presented the map with the entire thing being Israel. I don't understand how people don't understand what is going on here. You are watching ethnic cleansing happening before your own eyes. And this stuff can lead to some big problems. How America is allowing this to happen. America is allowing it to happen because we know America is gaining from the conflict in the Middle East. The moment the more divided they are, the more they are not organized and they can be controlled. So you keep clapping until the blood of Biafran soak your hand. What is he talking about? Who is talking about Biafra right now? I don't want that nonsense to happen. Oh, he's talking about unprovoked. How can you say what the conflict in the Palestinian conflict area is unprovoked? It's been going on for forever. They've been fighting each other for a very long time. How can you say it's unprovoked? On both sides, it's been provoked. It's like when two people are fighting. You start forgetting they've been fighting so long. You forgot who started the fight. Unprovoked, the fight has been going on. See, as if the fight. Do you know how many Palestinians that died in Israel in before that October 6th or 7th? Do you know? Have you bothered to check? Do you know how many Palestinians have been taken into Israeli detention, humiliated? But no, let me just play some more video. Let's do this. All right. I'll play this of an Israeli soldier talking about his experience.
To make you say that?
Well, in the area that we went, we were told that all the civilians had fled, and that was true for the most part, but it wasn't entirely true. We did find civilians. There was an entire family in the second neighborhood that my unit took over. There was an entire family who stayed behind, and the soldiers, luckily, when they entered the house, they didn't kill them through live fire. They gave them food and water. They guarded them for many days. But when we pulled out, the Air Force flew overhead and bombed the entire neighborhood, and 8 members of that family were killed. I learned this later. So I've seen this with my own eyes, and I'm listening today. I'm listening to my own leaders, including who I mentioned, Bezalel Smotrich, who said he doesn't really differentiate between the Palestinian Authority, which recognizes Israel and wants to negotiate with Israel, and Hamas, which is the terrorist organization that carried out these atrocities. The Arabs are the Arabs. That's what he said on Saturday night on Israeli television. So it's hard for me to believe. I don't believe it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't believe that Israel is doing everything in its power to prevent civilian casualties based on the statements of members of the Likud and other members of the coalition. And I think that that's a result of the fact that this government doesn't view the Palestinian people as the future partners for making peace with. And they are just convinced that overwhelming military power is going to bring us safety and security. And this is a catastrophic mistake. It's the same catastrophic mistake that led us to the horrific events of October 7th. And we absolutely need to change that. We need our partners abroad. We need the US government. Also, I'm an Israeli, but I'm also an American. And I expect that the American government also not just pay lip service to the idea of pursuing a political solution. Settlements are expanding at an incredible rate. Settlers are illegally taking over land, not even according to international law, according to Israeli law. They're going out and they're...
See, I don't know. You know what? I give up. I'm not going to bother with some Nigerians or some people that just don't want to understand this stuff, because sometimes, there's this psychosis that I've learned recently that seems to be affecting people that no matter what you do, is they're not going to see sense. Some of them, they call them, I'm sorry to say this, it's called conscientious stupidity. It's a term, it's a technical term, but it's not necessarily an insult. Some people just choose to, they don't care what the truth is. They just want to believe what they want to believe. This is an Israeli soldier that was there. They killed 8 civilians that he knows of. 8 members of one family that didn't have to die at all. They are not Hamas. But some of you that think that your own lives matter don't value other people's life. You want empathy, but you give none. That is what is killing this world. Most people want to be empathized with. Look at my problem. Hear about my problem. But they don't give any to any other person. They want to kill other people with their own problem. I don't know where some people get the idea that I kind of, what did these guys say something about my disdain for Southeasterners? I don't have disdain for Southeasterners. I have disdain for ignorant people. I have disdain for people that are responsible for the divisions we see in our society, and you have them in every group. This soldier is an Israeli, but yet he belongs in my own camp. I am as far away from Netanyahu as they come. The only similarity I have with Netanyahu is the need to protect my own. That's the only similarity I have with him. I like that instinct to protect your own. But to go and start shedding innocent life, innocent blood, no. You have to draw the line there. And this is deliberate. To claim that it's just this thing, collateral damage, is false. You all know it's false. And okay, there's an element of let's do this, let's kill so many so that next time they don't try it again. There's an element of that going on. But there's also an element of let's use this opportunity to take more land away from them. I get a feeling that by the time this whole thing is done, Gaza will become smaller. This is what they do. You heard what he said. Even in the area where Hamas is not present, that the Palestinians want to negotiate with them, they are still taking their land away from them. Even in so-called peacetime, throughout this year, they have been doing it. They are going killing Palestinians, taking their land from them. If this was what Hausa people are doing to the Southeasterners, do you think I would be sitting down here thinking that everything was okay? My problem is that Southeasterners are not being occupied. In Nigeria, most Southeast is not an occupied territory. That's the thing about Nigerians. We act as if our problem is equal to other people's problem. It's not, though. It's not the same. We are not occupied directly. No part of Nigeria is occupied. No part of Nigeria is being forced to change their religion. No part of Nigeria is being forced to give up their traditions. None. And yet we act as if we have been occupied and they've taken over everything. Our OBs are still there. Our Obas are still there. Our Onis are still there. They are all where they are supposed to be. None of them have been moved. And somehow we just act as if a foreign entity is occupying us because we are in Nigeria. People, ask yourself questions. So, are you being occupied like the Palestinians? Are you? Seriously? Is it the same thing? Mazi, is your OB not still there? If you go to your village, how many Hausa people do you see there? How many Oyibo man do you see there? You don't see any of the... mostly it's Igbo people you see there. By far, 95% is Igbo. It's not the same thing. And yet people act as if you have been occupied. As if, some of you, like Mazi, act as if you have been occupied like the way the Palestinians are being occupied. And actually, you are probably supporting Israel, which is quite ironic. Because the way you behave like you are being occupied in Nigeria, but yet you sympathize with the occupier. that is some crazy gymnastic mind. Nigerian army is killing youths everywhere. This is what I mean by Olumide. This is what I mean by, if you want empathy, give some empathy to recognize other people's suffering too. We all have the same problem. If we came together and come together and share our problem together and share the weight of meeting that challenge, don't you think we are likely to succeed instead of all of us thinking our own problem is only us? Common sense. If you want to win this war in this world, you have to band together and empathize with other people. That is the greatest strength you can have. As a matter of fact, isn't that what the art of war? He said, if you know your enemy, you've already won it. You have to know people. You have to empathize with people. You have to truly understand them. I'm not neutral. You see, because you will not, Chook. You don't understand neutrality because you're already too far away on one side. I'm not even that neutral. I'm not that neutral. I'm more on the side of Israel, which is weird. I'm more on the side of, because I recognize some of the things, because I told you, more lives are actually being lost right now and have been lost quite a while ago in Sudan because of Arabization. I said it. the Arabs have been treating us terribly. Some of them, anyway. I know it's not all of them. Like I said, this thing is a weird conversation because the moment you say some word, you lump everybody together. But the truth is, there are just some ideologies, some forces that come from a certain society, a community, and they go and affect another community, and the other community have to defend themselves, and they don't care who is doing it as long as it's coming from the other side. It's like a bad child coming from a family and causing problem in another area, and the other people have to respond and come and attack the entire family. That is what some of all these forces are causing on the continent. So I'm quite neutral. Like, in my appear, I'm not even that neutral. If you look, by and large, I'm more sympathetic towards Israel, and I actually sympathize with the way Israelis generally approach things. But I'm seeing some element of something sinister showing up in Israel. They are beginning to think. They are supposed to say they are believing the hype now that they are special. Let me play this other video so you see what I mean.
Shooting at Palestinian civilians.
Where's that video? It's not taking sides for anybody. Undermine the international criminal. A lot of different man here.
It's taking place.
Things that they've seen. They know what is going on. So I will just play this. I don't want to waste more time. Let's just play this quickly.
Only by the late 80s, when I started to travel to the occupied territories quite accidentally, when I realized, as a journalist, when I realized that the biggest drama of Israel is taking place half an hour away from our homes, in our dark backyard, that this real drama of Israel has almost no one to be interested in, that it is hidden in the backyard of Israel, half an hour away from our homes. All those crimes are taking place, and we Israelis, most of us, if not all of us, do not want to know, do not know, and above all, do not care. Had surrounded itself with shields, with walls, not only physical walls, but also mental walls. I don't want to get into it because it's another lecture, but I'll just give the 3 principles which enable us Israelis to live so easily with this brutal reality. A, most of the Israelis, if not all of them, deeply believe that we are the chosen people. And if we are the chosen people, we have the right to do whatever we want. B, there were more brutal occupations in history. There were even longer occupations in history, even though the Israeli occupation gets to quite a nice record. But there was never in history an occupation in which the occupier presented himself as the victim. Not only the victim, the only victim around. This also enables any Israeli to live in peace because we are the victims. The other day, Professor Falk spoke about this dual strategy of Israel of being a victim on one hand and manipulating the other on the other hand. After what happened in Paris and in Copenhagen with the terror attacks, Benjamin Netanyahu came with the notion all the Jews must come to Israel. It's the safest place for the Jews in the world. It's a shelter for the Jews in the world, which is wrong because Israel is today the most dangerous place on earth for Jews, but let's put it aside. It was only 24 hours later when he said Israel is an existential threat under the Iranian bomb. And I asked myself, how can you dare call Jews to come and to join this suicidal project when the Iranians are going to bomb us? But in Israel, everything goes, and both declarations were accepted as the only truth. And here I get to the third set of values which enable us Israelis to live in peace with the occupation. And this is maybe the most crucial one and the worst one. We say victimization, we say it's chosen people. When I say victimization, it goes without saying we have to mention the Holocaust and the unforgettable Mrs. Golda Meir that the American jury had exported to Israel. She said once, this unforgettable woman, that after the Holocaust, the Jews have the right to do whatever they want. But the third set of values is the most dangerous one, and this is the systematic dehumanization of the Palestinians, which enable us, Israelis, to live in peace with everything. Because if they are not human beings like us, then there is not really a question of human rights. And if you scratch under the skin of almost every Israeli, you will find it there. Almost no one will treat the Palestinians as equal human beings like us. I once wrote that we treat the Palestinians like animals, and I got so many protest letters from animal rights organizations, rightly so. But by the end of the day, how many Israelis did ever try for a moment to put themselves in the place of the Palestinians for a moment, for one day? And I want to give you two examples which will demonstrate it. Many years ago, I interviewed then candidate for Prime Minister, Ehud Barak. And I asked him a question which I try to ask in any occasion. Mr. Barak, what would have happened if you would have been born Palestinian? And Barak gave me then the only honest answer he could give me. He said, I would have joined a terror organization. What else would have he done? Would he become a poet? He doesn't know to write poems. Would he become a pianist? He's quite a bad pianist, and I doubt if he would have become a collaborator because he is a fighter. And it became a scandal, because how can you dare to put Ehud Barak to think what would have happened if he would have become a Palestinian? And the second incident, briefly, Second Intifada, the city of Jenin, the most closed city in the West Bank, real total siege. I go out from Jenin, I come to the checkpoint, a Palestinian ambulance is parking there with the red lights. I stand after him, no cars can get out of Jenin in those days, no cars can get in, and I wait. The soldiers are playing backgammon in the tent. Usually I know myself, it's better that I don't get into a confrontation with the soldiers because it always ends up very badly. So I stayed in the car, but after 40 minutes I couldn't take it, and I went out to the car. From the car, I went first to the Palestinian ambulance driver and I asked him, what's going on? He told me that's the routine. They let me wait 1 hour until they come and check the ambulance. And I couldn't take it anymore. And I went to the soldiers. It became a confrontation, but the question that I asked them, which really brought them to direct their weapons toward me, was one. What would have happened if your father would have been lying in this ambulance? This freaked them out. They lost control. How can I dare to compare between their father and the Palestinian in the ambulance? And this set of beliefs that they are not human beings like us enable us, Israelis, to live in so much peace with those crimes, ongoing crime for so many years, with losing any kind of humanity, values. I heard today people talk about Jewish values. I must be frank with you, I don't know what are Jewish values. I know what are universal values. Let's not get into it, really. There are very clear universal values. And there is a very, very clear international law. But for most of the Israelis, international law is very important, but not for Israel. Israel is a special case. Why is it a special case? And again, you get with all those set of values, with this living in denial. And here I want to get back to the topic of our panel. Is it good for Israel? No, it's very corrupting. Because as long as the United States enable Israel to continue, obviously the Palestinians are the first and direct, unbelievable victim of it. But by the end of the day, what will Israel be after all those years? What is it already today? Where does it direct to? And things are getting worse and worse. And therefore, I have so little hope about change from within the Israeli society, because things, as you might know, are going more and more to the nationalistic, militaristic, religious direction, with very little hope that change will come from within. Why would Israelis go for a change? What incentive? Why would they bother? Life is so good. You should have seen Israel in the days when Gaza was bombed, when the beaches were crowded, the helicopters were passing on their way to bomb Gaza. The Israeli TV hardly showed photos from there. Newspapers hardly wrote anything. I wrote one article about the responsibility of the pilots, and I needed to use bodyguards to get out of my home after this. The problem was, by the way, that the bodyguards were settlers, and they argued with me all day long until I saw that I'm much more secure without the bodyguards rather than with them. But the last war in Gaza, and this will be my final remarks, the last war in Gaza taught us also that Israel, which has three regimes today, maybe the only country, the only state in the world with three regimes, one for the Jews, one for the Arab citizens, and an apartheid regime in the West Bank and Gaza, one of the most brutal and cruel tyrannies in the world. But even for the facade, even for this democracy, which I always thought is a democracy for its Jewish citizens, I realized last summer that it is a democracy for its Jewish citizens, but only if they think like the majority. And therefore, and by this I want to conclude, I want to tell you all that few of us, very few, much too few, but few of us are looking to the West, Europe, and then United States with a great hope, because we lost hope in Israel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you see that? He said, "Yeah, it's only a democracy for you if you agree with the majority." And he was saying this in 2015. He would not believe how correct he is, because I saw a video recently where an Israeli officer completely attacked a religious Jew for just protesting against the war. Like, they are so intolerant right now. About to hear any other opinion. Can you guys come up, please? Because we are, you know, where we are now. This is not.
Niger,
Yeah, come
so,
up.
sorry, you just, I was asking you to put on the link and I put off the light. I was going to bed and then I saw you already put on the link. And I saw that other people were not on camp, so I decided to come in.
Yeah, I don't mind them. They are supposed to be. You know, Biafra was on cam, and Jude was on cam yesterday, and they did not. They decided to turn it off. I don't know. Maybe because I was off, that's why they turned it off.
Okay, but to Niger, I had some important things to say.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, I was listening to you when you were talking. Quite all right. You have some salient points on the current state of Israel Hamas war, what they call Israel Hamas war, which I tagged Israel and the people of Palestine war, because I don't see how you can go to war with Hamas, which is not a country, which is as we term them terrorists, but you cannot see them, you don't know where they are, but you are blasting, you're throwing bombs everywhere. Well, I did the whole situation is
Palestinian people are Hamas, ISIS.
no, you can't call the Palestinian people Hamas. That Nigeria, we are very far from.
Hold on now, please,
very
Biafra. You didn't say anything all this while. Let him just finish, then you can go. I thought you came first. You could have said something, but you kept quiet. But it's okay. Let X0 finish, then you can talk. Biafra.
You know, this kind of narrative by, I'm sorry to say, Nigerians who try to talk about the Israel Palestinian situation from a distance, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're shooting. Sometimes you should just do research, keep quiet, do research, and be, instead of postulating anything, better be in the middle, because the same hand with which you tamper with these guys is the same hand they're going to deal with you. But in fact, you are in a deeper mess. You don't know. Now, let me say the message I wanted to pass is this. In Nigeria, the way it is now, everyone knows that the Igbo man is the haunted one. The Igbo man is haunted everywhere. I think they are going to demolish 600 buildings in Festac, and Festac is Igbo dominated area. The same thing has been happening in several areas, Lekki and other places. These are Igbo houses. You are haunted and you are here just talking, blah, 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 blah. You don't know that you don't even have any political weight in the world. Now, those sharing the country with you from the northern parts, anything happens in the north now, you see Saudi Arabia will say something. Iran will say something. Iraq will say something, because they have something in common. And in fact, they have harnessed that political roots.
Islamist countries.
Wait, hold on. They have a political, I don't know how to put it, but if Nigeria is to go to war today, the North will receive weapons from nothing less than 7-8 Arab countries. They consider them as allies. Now, you, Mr. Biafra, every time Biafra, which country in the West or in the new arrangement, because there's a solid recalibration of the world as it is now. In the recalibration, you are not there. In the West, in the hegemony, you are not there. The hegemony still wants Nigeria as one entity. They support.
Why?
That means,
Why?
hold on. You will talk.
Let's make this interactive, my friend.
Hold on, listen to me.
Yeah,
Listen to me.
try to round up so that
The hegemony are the ones that colonized you, because the British are strong allies with America. The hegemony wants Nigeria as it is. They want status quo. Now, the new calibration, the BRICS we are talking about, you don't even have friends there. The BRICS, they are allied with most of the Arab countries. That means in every permutation, you don't have allies. You don't have friends outside. No country can say, okay, the Igbo, the Biafrans, hold on. No country can say Biafrans are our brothers. Let's come and help them. Or let's come. You don't. Instead of you to understand the politics of the world and try to align yourself with what's happening, I'm just saying, be smarter about your movement. The land you are talking about.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. Let me ask you one question, Mr. Zero, you call yourself. Yeah? Let me ask you one question. Yeah. If that is the case, your government is going around begging various countries, please tag IPOB terrorists. Name me country outside Nigeria that's tagged IPOB or terrorists. If we don't have allies, according to yourself, tell me one country. They have been going around begging.
I think the UK considers.
Name me one country that has tagged IPOB
UK considers a terrorist group. The UK considers it a terrorist group, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So we're officially on the terrorist list now. Is that what you're saying?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken. Let me say.
No, you don't think so. Pull it out and let's see.
I think I could have sworn that they consider it a terrorist group.
From the foreign office.
What I'm trying to say, let me just round up. What I'm trying to say, I'm not condemning you have rights. Everyone has rights to, to self-determination. What I'm just saying is be smarter about how you go about it. Consider the current politics of the world. The current politics of the world does not favor you by justice. There's no justice in the world. It is by allies and who are your friends. It's by allies and who are your friends. If they take your land today, nobody's going to come for you.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
I'm only saying, don't put yourself in difficult
Why
situation.
did they kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what's happening in Palestine. Israel is going to continue this war, and then at the end of the day, Palestine will be relegated to a minor land. A chunk of their land will be taken or be controlled.
You keep
and they might not even be able to.
How is it so-called Palestinian land? How is it
hold on.
Please
What I'm just saying is, don't be from one distant place and just say Israel. We are supporting Israel. And at the end of the day, when the politics of the world changes, these whole people you are going against will now start going against you. It's better you maintain. Be like Sweden. Be like the Swedes. When the hegemony comes, they open their door. When the other ones come, they open their door, so that you be free. So you can operate wisely. I'm just saying, because most times we, the Igbo side, we like to we like to come out and say what we want to say, but we don't know that sometimes what you say has effect. It goes round and then it affects people who are supposed to take your side, but because you have been too forward with who you support, it now comes to haunt you. I'm just saying. Thank you very much, Mr. Tunanja.
Yeah. I think I was inaccurate. You see, if I'm not sure, I say I'm not sure. That's why I said it. I wasn't sure about whether they were designated a terrorist group, but it's the Nigerian government that designate IPOB a terrorist group. Obviously, it's in the interest of the West to not designate a terrorist group, because they can use it for their own purposes as they see fit. I think this is the area that I think many IPOB and supporters don't understand, that they are used as instruments against the Nigerian state itself, and they forget that they are also part of the Nigerian state. It's the same formula that they used to colonize that land.
Let me ask you something, please. Let me ask you. I'm just confused in your narrative. You say that you're contradicting yourself at the same time. You said they want Nigeria to remain one, but at the same time they're using us to agitate against Nigeria. Which one is it?
Let me tell you what they want. Let me tell you exactly what they want. They want to keep us strong enough not to collapse, and weak enough definitely not to develop. The purpose is to keep us where we are until they are ready to come and finish the job. That is their purpose. If you don't understand that by now, then you really need to think twice. What do you think they are doing? You think this is it's a joke? This is play for keeps. They are going to come back. The people that colonized your forefathers and sold you people into slavery, they will be back. And the way they took that land, let me tell you how they took the land. If I pull the document out so you can read it, what they did when they came into Nigeria, you think people were just singing honky dory, they were getting along. They were fighting each other and they gave each other. You want me to bring the documents out? You want me to put it? No, Biafra. Do you want me to pull the document out?
Let me tell you something.
Of course you don't want me to pull it out.
No. You're confused. This bullshit you're just spewing is bullshit.
You don't want to understand, but I don't blame you. Because you just believe what you believe. But go ahead.
Let me tell you something.
Let's talk about it. Hold on. Let's focus on the Palestinian conflict, because that's the main topic. Why are you supporting Israel when you know they've killed 4,500 children?
I'm supporting Israel because it's the land. It is the land since time immemorial. You dig up any part of Israel right from
when did you get that?
Let me finish. If you dig up any part of Israel right from Judea, Samaria to Gaza, you will find Hebrew, Menorium, anything. All Jewish artifacts is
you
there.
You will find all artifacts of the different groups that have lived there.
Okay, let me ask you. Give me 100 years ago, who was the leader of the so-called Palestinian people, these Arabs? Who was the leader?
The Ottoman Empire. Huh? I think the Ottoman Empire was in charge of that region at that time.
That's not Palestinian. That's not Palestinian.
It doesn't have to be the Palestinian. The people that were on the land were still the same. It's like saying because the British were in charge of Nigeria, Igbo didn't exist there. Seriously?
Oh my God, man.
Igbo people existed before the British came. They existed after the British came. Today they are still where they are.
So the Ottoman people were Palestinian. That's what you're basically telling me now.
No, the Ottomans were ruling over the area, but the Palestinians were still there.
Exactly. And where were the Jews? Were the Jews not there?
The Jews were not present at that time.
Oh my.
Some of them were there. They were Jews in that area, but they were not the dominant group. Don't you know that?
How did you work out they were the so-called Palestinians were the dominant group?
Tunaja,
they know back then?
Palestinians, they were the majority of the population there.
Tunaja,
Who coined the phrase Palestinian?
Palestine was formed, was coined by the Romans, actually.
No. The Romans named that region to spite the Jews. They call it Philistine or
no, they call it Palestine. They are the one that first used the term.
No, it was Yasser Arafat that coined the term Palestinian to name
Oh
to
my
call
God.
the Arabs. The truth
You
in
want to change history
1967.
now? Why would Arafat would have called it an Arab name? See, calm down, Biafra.
Local Arabs
What makes you think Arafat would call it Palestine instead of Arab name? Arafat would have given it an Arab name. It was the Romans that gave it and called it Palestine.
They took the name because it was a name by the Romans to spite the Jews. That's why they took that name.
Yeah. So even if that is true, so what does that mean? Does that still mean that the Palestinians have not been there for 1,000 years or more?
They're not the original owners of the land.
See, even in the Bible, hold on, Xero. Let me deal with this argument. See, this in Biafra, even in the Bible that you read to find out this story, did the Israelis, were they on that land first, or did they go and take it from other people?
They were there since
so you don't know the story of Joshua. You don't know the story of Joshua.
Who is King David?
Hold on. Do you not know the story of Joshua?
Who is King David?
Why are you asking me about King David? Joshua, Israelis left Egypt. They went to the land of Canaan. They saw people there. They were scared of those people. They said those people were giants, and they wandered the desert for 40 years before they came back and started conquering those lands and taking it from the people that own the land. And remember, even during the time of the Israelites were also conquered by the Babylonians and taken into exile. So they have been conquered. The land has been, they have conquered people on that land.
So you just proven to me that the Jews could trace the people right between that time. Where were the Arabs? Who were the leaders back then?
Oh my God. The people you call Arabs today, the Palestinians are not your typical Arabs. It's like calling Egyptians Arabs. They are not Arabs, but they just absorb the Arabian culture. They are actually, where do you think the Canaanites went? Where do you think the Philistines went?
You tell me.
They are there. They are the same people. They are still there.
They're still there.
See, let me tell you this. Answer this question. This one is going to really rattle your mind. Why do you think the Palestinians today versus the Israelis that have been in the Europe for almost 2,000 years, but yet when they sit side by side, you can barely tell the difference?
It's not true. They've been there for 2,000 years.
Hold on now. Let me tell you now. Why do you think when they sit side by side, you can barely tell the difference between them? Because they all come from the same area.
Okay, but you tell me that it's the Palestinian land and not trying to claim it's not the Jewish land. So how do you work out?
Because the Palestinians have been living there for almost going to 2,000 years now.
What happened to the Jews? And the Jews cannot trade their land even more than 2,000 years?
See, you can't. No. Hold on. You can't just say one side has the land and the other side loses it. Let's say both sides share the land 50-50. But that's not what is happening now. Israel has got about 80% of the land already. That is fine. Just let the Palestinians get their own. Is that so bad to ask for?
The land is in Jordan.
Why?
These people you call Palestinians, the land is in Jordan. That's where they must head to.
Because that is where they've been living for over 1,000 years.
No, the land is in Jordan. That's where the people are.
No. Oh God! So the land was empty when they kicked the Jews out. Is that what you're saying, Biafra? Sorry, now the land was empty when they kicked the Jews out. Is that what you're telling me? Biafra, answer now. The land was empty when they kicked the Jews out.
The land was empty. They had Christians there. Okay, what happened to the Christians that the majority in Bethlehem, Nazareth, and Nablus and all those areas?
The Christians were
what about the Christians? What about the Jews that were there?
The Jews were protected by the Muslims even during the time of Saladin. It was the Christians that came with their crusade to even kill the Jews at that time. If you know the true history, you find out that it was the Muslims that preserved the area and preserved the Jews there.
Okay.
See,
every time you visit the grounds of Israel, you find Jewish artifacts. You don't find anything of Arabs. You don't find anything.
That? Of course, they have Arabic stuff there. It's all over the place, but you don't want to see it. They are there.
One thing I find about the the interpretation of Nigerians when it comes to the Israel-Palestinian problem is we have been so bastardized and brainwashed with this Christianity that we look up to Israel. Israel, that you are worshiping their God, are using guns and bombs and missiles to defend themselves. But Nigerians are calling the God of Israel. You see what this man is saying now? He's trying to say that, are you trying to say, Biafra, are you trying to say that when they chased out the Israelites, they chased out 100% of all the Israelites, that they no longer knew, that there's no even one person that was used as a slave or something that remained in that land that could have said to the Israelites, okay, this is the land that you guys left. We remained, so we know the map, we know the history of the land. Why is it that it's just that Israelites just came back to an empty land? What my suspicion is,
in spite of the persecution, Jews have always remained in that land right through the Babylonian, Ottoman, Romans. They have always remained there. They have always had
hold on. See, Jews have been there. Hold on.
Your guy is confused between Israelite and Jews. Those are two different people. Not every Israelite.
Hold on. See. Don't come and start spreading garbage. I'm tired of people that are just spreading nonsense.
Can I talk? I haven't even spoken.
Hold on. I will let you speak. I will let you speak. I'm not going to allow people to amplify falsehood, because for me, the truth is very, very important.
But
the truth here is that, can I finish? Hold on. Yes, of course, that is true. We all understand that. But the point is that don't go and start making it look like the Jews outnumber the Palestinians right from time immemorial. The Palestinians were the ones occupying that area for more than 1,000 years. That is a long time. Even the Fulanis, I'm not even sure I've been in Nigeria that long.
Okay. Let me ask something. It's true that the Arabs have occupied Israel for 1,000 years.
Oh my exactly. God. Most of them that left were because of problems. That's why they left and went to Germany and other countries. So the ones that came with the spirit of nationalism to take back their land that was occupied by the Palestinians.
So by that standard, the white people, because they originated from Africa, they should come and take back the land from us. By that standard, let everybody go back.
No. Now you are comparing things that you are comparing two different things, man.
Who told you that? It's the same thing. Their forefathers left Africa, and then they are all over there. They can come back home.
Their forefathers did not leave the current Israel today. There were parents that stayed there. There were others that moved.
No. I'm saying the white people in Europe right now, they left Africa about 50,000 years ago. They deserve to return back and take over Africa.
Africa is not their original land. It's like
what are you saying? Africa is the homeland. Let me show you the video that
use yourself to use example. Telling me today that you cannot go back to Nigeria. It makes no sense.
This is a video of a supporter of Israel. Let me play the video a supporter of Israel was playing, just to justify the fact that, because he knows more than Biafra knows, because he knows he cannot credibly come and say Israel is the original owners of the land.
Can you
hold on, man? See, I don't like this guy interrupting me. See, he knows he cannot come on and say Israel wasn't the owner of the land. He cannot just come on and say Israel owned the land from the beginning. He knows he cannot do that because he knows the story of the Bible. But you know what he did instead? He said, he went back and started talking about how people have moved down all around the world. 50,000 years.
Whether they went there in the modern times or they migrated in the early times to conquer the regions and occupy the places. Even the people living in Eastern Africa, where the origin of man can be traced, they are still immigrants because Earth is older than man.
You heard what he's saying. This is obvious. Some people just argue nonsense. They are doing see, hold on. I'm tired of people like you that just argue nonsense.
So
you are turning the whole world crazy. Hold on.
The original people of Africa.
This guy backstage. You want to turn the world crazy. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening to people. There is no rationale. There is no truth anymore. To the point whereby this guy is saying that the whole world should go back to 300,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, because Africans were immigrants in Africa too. that you have to justify Israel taking over people's land to the point whereby you were like, Africa, we are also immigrants, even when we evolved here. That is how crazy the argument has gone. The logic in people's mind, I don't know what is going on. And I really don't like the way you like to interrupt people and you don't let them talk. If you want to make a point, you make your point, then I make my point. You make your point, I make my point, so that we can communicate. The problem, what you are trying to do is you just want to confuse people so that the truth doesn't come out. I want the truth to come out. That's why I want you to talk. I'm able to talk. We can exchange. That's how truth come out. Not you shutting people down every time they want to say something.
And Tunaja, have you ever wondered that all these countries that are in controversies, that are having these conflicts, they're actually countries that England put together or gave land, the colonialists. Because in those times when England designated that land to the Jews, they were colonizing the Palestinians. They were holding fort. So they gave that land to the Jews, while the Palestinians had not gotten their nationhood. You see, and that's the same thing. If you look at the whole of Africa, all those colonies of England, they're having problems up to today because they just prescribe one solution that doesn't hold, so that you remain in conflict for years while they keep on siphoning and doing their thing. Just look at all over the world. Look at Nigeria, for instance. And they happen to live and give superior power to one ethnic group that will make the other ethnic groups be fighting. Just like if everybody is in a hole, then you give uniform to a few. Instead of everybody fighting to get out of that hole, now they start fighting for the uniform, to get uniform. And that's how everyone remains in a mess.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Okay, you see, okay, now I really want that. What's his name? Paul. Oh, Paul, you're there. Yeah. Who is that?
So Nigeria, you cannot even let me make a statement. You wanna put me on the back stage?
Paul,
what the heck is going on?
See, please try to. I'm not trying to shut you up. I would never want to do that. For sometimes when you talk, you don't allow some other person to.
But because I've never begun the.
No, I don't want you to more. We don't have time because this is not a very, very long session.
You don't have time. But other people, you were giving other people time to speak.
Because because you are not letting me explain it clearly. I really want us to get to somewhere. So I don't want you to just go on a tangent. I want you to say one thing. I say another one. We exchange and come to the reality of whether you are correct or
okay. Let me go to the point. This guy that was just talking now was saying the Europeans left, they gave power to certain people. No, they did not give power to certain people. We know that Nnamdi Azikiwe used to be president of Nigeria. We know that. See, we come here and just make sense. We bring our sentiment into what is happening. What is happening?
Are you talking of Nigeria? Are you talking of Nigeria now?
Israel. We are talking about Israel. See, that's what I don't want to avoid.
Let me finish. When you talk of they give power, the white man did not give power to anybody.
Let's not go on about Israel. Let's not go that way. This is what I don't like.
Let me finish now to Niger.
We are talking about Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Now let me get to the Israeli conflict. What is happening in Israel today? The Israel, before they gained independence in 1948, they fought a lot of wars before they gained independence. Now, when they gained independence, they have fought a lot of wars like the Yom Kippur War, the 6 Days War, a lot of wars that they have fought. Now, when you gain independence, you are being recognized as an independent country by a lot of different countries.
Where are they fighting this war?
Let me finish now with this guy. Stay quiet. Stay quiet. When you gain independence, you are being recognized as an independent country. Now, this is the thing. There is a policy of expansionism that Israel is implementing in that zone of the world called the Gulf, in the Gulf of Arabia or whatever. But this is the thing. When you have a country that is a terrorist country, a country that does not allow you to sleep. Take what happened between Cameroon and Nigeria. A few years ago, Cameroon military got into Nigeria and attacked the Boko Haram. Why? Because terrorists were leaving Nigeria into Cameroon and attacking Cameroon's sovereignty. That's a big issue when you have a neighboring country allowing terrorist group to go into another country and attack. And there was no, Nigeria did not even make a statement. So Cameroon military had to dive into Nigeria and attack those groups, including some Nigerians, and some people were killed. And that is the same issue that is happening in Israel and the Palestine. Palestine today, as we speak, is made of two groups, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Now, the Gaza Strip is right at the coast. Now, the coast share border with Egypt.
You are going
now
on very long. You are going on too long. This is what I'm trying to avoid.
But I'm giving you a clue about what is happening.
We already know the history. We don't know the history.
Okay. So now Israel is using those groups because these groups have become a terrorist place. They harbor terrorist groups. And it's a threat to Israel. So Israel has the right, because Israel is not sleeping. If anything that is happening in Gaza Strip, it's being felt in Israel, and they have the right to take them out. And
okay,
that's a fact.
See, the party that is in office right now, let me say this about Israel. The party that is in office in Israel right now is the Likud party. They are the main party that is in office, and they evolved from a terrorist group, the same kind of Hamas terrorist group that they are doing right now. And guess what they did in 1946? One of the operations, the King David Hotel. If they, how many people died in King David Hotel? If you read that one, they bombed that hotel and people died. And then there's this other massacre that they did that killed 107 Palestinian Arab villagers. This is before Israelis were killed, though. From what I know of, I don't know. And if you go down, these people, they carried out a lot of operation, and they went on to found Likud party. They have the right-wing party in Israel. They are the ones that have been causing all this problem in Israel for such a long time. And they are like freedom fighters that had to do all kinds of terrible things to found Israel. Fine. But they are now denying Israel peace. They are now denying Israel peace. And good people should be able to call both sides out. Nobody's saying Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself, but they are going to kill civilians. They are deliberately, and this is not by accident. They are deliberately doing it, and they are saying it too. Please go ahead.
Let me come in now.
Please let me just say something to talk, please.
I think we should allow Paul to speak. Or you have had your okay.
I know. I just want to suggest a bit, and then you will talk. Let me just say something. There's something about Israel you must understand. And if you watch the way Nigerian government behaves sometimes, you understand from who are pushing them. Now, Israel behaves the way it behaves because it's in the nature of their backers. Now, who put Israel there? The hegemony. And what is their strategy? The hegemony itself is their strategy to instill fear and make you give them space. It's a pity that Israel is in this mess, surrounded by people who don't like them. But then their tactics is that of instilling fear on the people around them so that they will be left and given some space. And this is the idea, this is the practice of the hegemony. And this is the same practice of the Nigerian government. I don't know who is advising them, but you see what they do everywhere. The military is almost hostile to citizens. This is their strategy. And this is what causes more problems. That is why there's a recalibration in the first place of the world. Most countries are now pulling out from the hegemony. South Africa is in this category. Most of the Arab countries that are pulling out and trying to de-dollarize, it is because the US comes to you and they say, you must do this before we give you this our tiny aid. It is in their nature. And that is how Israel inherited that kind of nature. Now, the land as it is now.
You remember Paul was there. You are going now and this.
Let me just go and let me just tell this guy. Let me just tell this guy.
Solid points, but the other people Paul wants to say something.
No. Let me just tell this guy that he met to Nigeria. You heard him. The first thing he said was the British didn't leave Nigeria in the hands of anybody, that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the first president. I think he's not a Nigerian, but you're a Nigerian. You know who had power between the prime minister and the president. So we understand that he doesn't know the politics of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
please go ahead.
I like the way you end. For me, I don't want to go to the history again, because when we go to the history, we'll argue this history, From what it said about the Jewish people, the Israelites, they are fighting war. What land did they stay when they were fighting all this war? You understand? When we know these people are scattered, when we know that America just won Second World War, become world power. You understand? As America is coming out from world power, America is the one that also supports them, as Britain is giving them that land. And from the day they get the land, that they find people there, they took more than the people. What do you expect? It is called common sense. Today, the Native Americans, the Indians in America today, their percentage in America today is less than 2%. 2%, 2 point something percent to less than 2%. The people who own the so-called America. So if you want to put it that way now, you see white people. It's like any white man check his DNA today, this is ancestry.com, and discover that it's from Germany. We'll just go back to Germany and go claim land, because his DNA tracing back to Germany. Any white man is DNA tracing back to England. Anyone that is DNA tracing back to Hungary, to Finland, anything from America, the Irish, they'll just go back to Europe and they'll collect land, because that DNA traced them that my forefather come from this place. Does it really work like that? Let us tell ourselves the truth. It is only I don't want to argue. Let's just assume this so-called Israelite today, they are also from that place before they left, and now they are coming back. While you are coming back, you met people there, just like the way the Europeans in America today, if they want to go back to Europe, or asking the Native Americans to ask these white people and black people to say, go back home, you don't belong here. Let us use common sense.
Are you confused? What is the difference between a Nigerian living in Nigeria with the Nigerians that left 20 years ago to Yoruba and America? If they are coming back, what is the difference?
The difference that I'm telling you, hundreds of years ago, white people from Europe come to America, and America become their homeland. We are talking about
white people. We are talking about the same people.
I am talking about it. So if you are not talking about, I'm talking about it. Like
I'm talking about 50 years ago. So what is the difference between 50 years ago, the Nigerians that left Nigeria to America?
Hold on. That's why they say you argue too much. I patiently listen. Immediately I want to ask you one question. You shut me down and I shut up. Why don't you also shut up? You understand? So when you talk all these things, why 1948, like you use your word, you call the word independent. They give them a state, they give them a land to make a state, or you call it independent.
They fought for it and get independence. They did not give them any state. They fought for it.
They did not. How did they fight for it? They fought for it
because
Britain is living in that land. Like Britain is living in that land. Like Britain is living in that land.
Let me tell you how they fight for it.
Don't tell me. Let me finish. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me finish.
When they came back, the guy.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me finish. Don't tell me.
You guys are making all big statement. Go ahead.
Don't tell me. Let me finish. So when you talk about the fight for the land, they get independence. They get independence. The day they are getting the independent, there are human beings living there. And every other thing. Common sense won't tell us that 2 states will make much peace. But like the other guy said, and every other thing, somebody is using these people as a pawn. They are not even enjoying their best of life. Fighting every day. They find themselves in the midst of everybody around them and their enemy. What are they enjoying? You are killing children. You are killing everybody. What are you enjoying? What type of excuse are you giving? You said they belong to the land, they own the land. You met people there. So for the fact that you met people there, it's like telling the the European Americans to leave. The Indian will tell them to leave. To leave to where?
Okay.
Because of their DNA trace them back to Europe, or because these Jewish people that have. Hold on, let me land. These Jewish people that find themselves in Germany after the Holocaust, they find themselves and discover that people hate them. Let us go back to homeland. And they can trace themselves back to this land that you are talking about. You understand? They can trace themselves back to this land. So if they trace themselves back to that land, Is it for them to tell the other people that now we're going to kill every one of you because of we have power? You understand?
Now,
Let's use common sense with this matter. You understand? I
okay,
am not arguing with you that they are not part of the land. But what I'm arguing with you, what I'm telling you is that does it justify you killing everybody? Does it justify every time you fight, you take more land? It justifies.
This guy, let me make a little point so you can understand. These people, it's like let me finish now. Let me just make a 1 minute point. You left Nigeria 50 years ago, and you have other Nigerians on the ground. You went to Europe, and by the time you came back, you have a different group of people. Let me say the white people that have come and take over your land, and you have the other people that stayed. Now the guys that came and took over, like the white South Africans that came and took over South Africa, they started maltreating the ones on the ground. And when you came back, you now have conflict. Who are you going to be fighting? Are you going to be fighting your own people on the ground, or you are fighting the other people?
Is black Africans doing white? Is black Africans treating white South Africans that way?
Let me finish now. Let me finish. When the Jews came back,
is black South Africans treating white South Africans that way in South Africa today? What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
This is barbaric. This is barbaric. This is evil. This is wickedness.
Yo, why can't you guys just let the other person talk, man?
Let me finish now. Let me finish. When the Jews from Germany came back,
2 days always like that.
Oh man, talk. When the Jews from Germany came back, they had other Jews like the Palestine that were maltreating the other Jews that were staying in that part of the land. That's why that was what led to all this war. That's why
what are you talking about? That's not what led to the war. What is this guy just comes and
was never what led to the war.
Are you reading this? Are you even reading this stuff on the screen? Are you seeing what these people did when during that time?
They didn't do nothing.
They are fighting terrorists.
But
they once considered the terrorist group.
All he's telling you is just something that they preach in his church. That is what I believe is saying.
Exactly my point, forefather. Most Africans
and this is the guy that is in Amazonia and the French side of Cameroon. Are you advocating that they come and kill people because you are resisting them? This kind of topic, you can't advocate killing 2,000 children.
A marginalized group and a people that took over your land. You are confused.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Nobody took their land.
Just now. See, marginalized group is even worse. That's occupation is even worse than marginalized. These were occupied, brutalized. It's even worse than marginalized. So don't even equate them. And you're not going to sit here and say it's okay for the Cameroonian government to be torturing and killing Amazonian children. That's ridiculous. And you just start supporting it.
Let us even suggest solutions. I agree with the two-state solution. Because the way it is going, Israel might be surviving it now, but with the way every other country, even Turkey, all the Arab countries are angry. With the way it is, one madman will just release nuclear weapon one day, and there will be no more Jews in that place. So the peace is the way to go. There's other ways to go about this other than fighting themselves. You can't fight your way to existence. Because you are small
now.
No, the solution has to be that all the Palestinians have to leave that part of the country and move to Jordan, to their original home. Because you cannot share border with somebody who is
you don't even understand what
that guy is crazy, man. How can
they're always going to be attacked from left to right?
How can the original? Oh my God, that guy is crazy, man. I'm gonna give him
but the white South Africans are not supposed to leave South Africa. The white South Africans are not supposed to leave South Africa. What are you talking about?
Hey, hold on. Well, that's what you expect with Jude. You know, he's a rabid dog and all that stuff, and he argues like a rabid dog. So you can't have to expect that stuff. So here's the thing. Yes, this guy even made an argument to him, and the guy couldn't see because Jude is always against African Americans and that. And so with that logic that he's using, some of the lands that African Americans lost in Cameroon, they can come and claim them back as well. And the black South Africans as well. The black South Africans could definitely go back and claim the land in South Africa. They have the same excuse, but the world doesn't work that way as well. Before this happened, we knew that people lived in the land of Canaan, and the Jews came and said God bestowed this blessing upon them, so they must go and war and kill all these other people. They warred and killed a whole lot of people, and they had the land, but the Philistines had always been there, so they always existed a state of two states right there and all that stuff. It's just that when the Romans came, they got rid of, they disbanded the Jews, and over years the Jews kept disbanding. Still some remained, but they were not a majority as they used to be as well. But it has always been that there has been two peoples living there, albeit the same types of people racially, but they were so different in what they are as tribes. You know, they had their own. They are basically part of the tribes in the land of Canaan. But today, what we see is that the government that exists as the state of Israel really wants to take over as well and completely push the Palestinians out. That seems to be the case. And they've been backed by the United States. So I feel sorry for the plight of the Palestinians as well. So that's what I'm going to say.
I feel sorry for all of them.
Yeah, they are all trapped in a vice. Roof, please go ahead.
Thanks, man. Let me preface by saying, please, I'd really appreciate it while I'm talking. I'm not saying just let the other person talk. Let me land. I'm not asking for any history lessons. If I say something that triggers you, which is usually what happens with Nigerians or Africans, once you say something that triggers them because of their faith or their creed, they decide to start interjecting. And I'm glad forefathers caught on to that and try to correct it. So I really appreciate just giving my little 2, 3, 4 minutes, whatever. Let me just speak.
Okay.
First of all, let me say the biggest mistake I think everybody is making here, and I'm seeing that a lot of people are pretending to know what, and I say this with all due respect, they pretending to, or maybe not pretending is the word, maybe because everybody's still learning and we all learn every day, but it'll be nicer if people go study well instead of depending on their sentiments on what this whole issue is all about. A lot of people, from what I'm seeing, are depending on their Christian faith. Excuse me. For one, let me let you. I spent most of my life around Jewish people. I spent most of my life growing up in a Jewish community. Even right now, like more than half of my life has been around Jewish people. So I know the difference between a Zionist and a Jew. And I think that's a mistake everybody is making. There's a difference between a Zionist. Zionism is an ideology. The Jews themselves, the real Jews, do not support what is going on in Palestine. They don't. The atrocity the Israeli government is carrying out right now, the Orthodox Jew does not support it. Most of the world has been brainwashed through mass media, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, whatever, to think that Zionism and Judaism are the same. They are not the same. The people in charge right now, like the Likud party and what's his name? Yitzhak Rabin, Shimon Peres, Benjamin Netanyahu, Golda Meir, Ben Gurion, all of them are Zionists. They're not Jews. Most of them do not even believe in God. What I think a lot of Africans also mistaken is they forget that Jesus was a Palestinian. Jesus was a Palestinian, and the Jews today, Israel today, hates Christians. They totally despise them. But they've confused people to believe that Christianity and Judaism are one. If you've ever go look at the Talmud, you go look at every Jewish text, they hate Christians. They hate you guys. You cannot even preach Christianity inside Jerusalem itself. You have to be outside the gates of Jerusalem to preach Christianity. You're going to go to jail for that. So you're not one. So a lot of Nigerians go with this sentimental emotion, and they always want to be, oh, well, or Africans, period, African Christians. They see what's going on in Israel. They know it is wrong, but because they think they worship the same God, I'll tell you something. The Jew will eat what a Muslim eats. The Muslim will eat what the Jew eats. They will never eat what a Christian eats. Both sides. The Jew will eat halal and the Muslim will eat kosher, but they won't, because they are basically sons of the same father, and they both understand that. But one side has succeeded in brainwashing the rest of the world into coming to their aid, because they know that they do not have the numbers. All the Jews on earth are about 15 million people. 15 million. But juxtapose that with almost 2 billion Muslims and almost 2 billion Christians. So if it was to be a man-to-man battle, they will never win, and they know this. So what do? They convince one side to believe that we are one with you, and let's go against these people. They don't like you guys. And a lot of people don't understand Palestinians have Christians in them. So a lot of people are saying Jews and Palestinians and Palestinians. No. The Palestinians are made up of, they are the original Christians. The original Christians are the Palestinians, then to a lesser extent, the Ethiopian Orthodox Jew. The Western Christians, when you really look into it, they are not Christians, but they succeeded in spreading and contaminating the rest of the world in order to colonize and control people, a different image of what Jesus' teachings was really all about. And maybe that is going too deep. But the Palestinians, amongst them, they have Christians, they have Muslims, and they have Jews. People should know that this war is not against Muslims as much as it is against Palestinians. For they're pushing the Zionist ideology. So they will destroy anything of Palestinian descent. But they'll make it seem like it is just against the Christians. The Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims lived together for eons before the European came and decided to say, oh, we own this land. Oh, this belongs to us. And they've convinced the world to come to their aid. But social media now is making them disintegrate. The lies they've been spreading since the Balfour Declaration, right before World War I, which is how they act, the Zionists asked Lord Balfour and said, we need a home of our own that we need to call our home. And he said, okay, well, we might try to give you Palestine. Let people go read and find out that the present day Palestine they're fighting over was not the home that the Jews actually wanted. The Zionists, not the Jews. The Zionists actually wanted a homeland in present day Uganda and Kenya. There's a region there in Africa right now. That is where they wanted. Right. They wanted that part. So if they succeeded in going to Africa and killing off the Africans, if the Africans start fighting back, guess what? These same Africans will say, well, God promised them this land. They'll open the book and say, God promised us a homeland. And this is the land. And they'll wipe you guys out the same way. So I think it is imperative that people go read more and study and understand that this is not just it is not just as clear cut as people like, for example, Judea was screaming and shouting, and like Biafra, like, you know, it is more complex. When you go back, just go back to right after 1914, or go back to the Balfour Declaration before you get to 1948 or 1967 or present day, and go find out, for example, why Yitzhak Rabin was killed when they were going to have a two-state solution, yeah, with Yasser Arafat. And I think people will understand more. But a lot of people are brainwashed and they are emotionally disingenuous, and they will lie.
So
And they
if
will
you want to
say,
summarize your position, what would you say regarding what is going on in Israel?
I think it's unfair. It is unfair for someone. Listen, this is what the European does all the time. The European, if he sees something that he likes, that is one race. And I do not say this to
So
be
I think the truth.
I do not say
Can
this.
I
I
ask
do
a
not say this
question?
to
Let
be
him finish, please. Let him finish,
I just
Olumide.
I do not say this.
I want
I'm
to
not
ask a
asking.
question.
I'm not.
Sorry,
Don't
I
ask
just
me a
want to ask
question. Let me finish. The has a tendency to steal.
Can I ask a question?
Don't ask me a
No.
question. I don't want to hear your question. Just let me finish. The European as a race, not individually. Individually, they could be really nice people. But as a group and as a race, whenever they see something they like, especially land or resources, they will take it. And they will take it with force and brutality. And then they have a tendency to convince the world that they did it for a just reason, because they have succeeded in making people look at themselves in the mirror and hating themselves. So people will eventually fall and support their oppressors. They've done it in Africa. They've done it in Australia. They've done it in North America. And even in Asia, they did it. So if they want to land, they'll take it. For example, Netanyahu is the only Israeli prime minister to be born in Israel. Ben Gurion wasn't born in Israel. Yitzhak Rabin wasn't born in Israel. Shimon Peres wasn't born in Israel. Ehud Olmert wasn't born in Israel. Golda Meir was born in Ukraine, grew up in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and ended up becoming the first female prime minister of Israel. And if you ask Golda Meir,
Livni?
huh?
Livni.
I don't know. I don't quote me on it, but I know for a fact that Netanyahu is the first prime minister of Israel to be born in Israel.
Okay.
In Israel, yeah. The rest of them were either born in Ukraine, Poland, the United States, Netherlands, Russia. These people are Europeans. They are not native Palestinians. That is why they banned DNA tests in Israel.
The reason why I am beginning to rethink when people say that, because I tend to use my own eyes to look at people sometimes. If I place a Russian next to a Palestinian, they don't tend to fall in line. If I place a German next to a Palestinian, you will not see a lot of resemblance between them. But if you place some of the Jews you see in Israel today, as some of them, most of them, next to a Palestinian, they will blend. And that tells you that even when they went to Europe, they didn't entirely, whatever changed them, also changed the Palestinians that are dead, that to the point whereby they still look similar. So that's what I'm trying to. And if you open your eyes, look at them. Look at them. They are not that dissimilar. Sometimes maybe the clothing is a little bit different, but they are not that different. The videos that you've seen of the Palestinians recently is showing that clearly.
If you see
exactly,
if you see an African
but
American, if you see a black American, if you see a black American,
how come Germany, how come Hitler was able to differentiate between a Jew and a German?
Okay, so let me answer. You ask your question. Let me answer, yo. What's wrong with you?
Oh, go ahead.
And you couldn't, Prophet, you couldn't allow me to ask my own question.
Not yet.
And then you gave him a lot of time to rant falsehood online to the whole world.
If you see,
hold on, let me see this rabble. See, hold on, and see. Let's take it easy. All these people that like to interrupt people, let's take it easy. Your turn is going to come. Eh?
Nigel, let me just.
They're getting emotional because I said things like because I said Jesus. Let me finish. He asked me a question, bro.
I just want to correct.
No, don't do anything. Let me just answer my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Answer quickly so that other people can go ahead.
If you see an African American right now,
let me just think my own question. What is the difference between
How many
biology?
questions can I answer at once? Like,
What
come
is
on,
the
you guys
difference?
use your brains at times, yo. He
You are
asked me a
supposed to be a
question, let me
smart human
answer.
being.
I'm
You are
not
supposed
going
to
to
be a-
answer your question before his.
You are supposed to be a smart human being.
Let
So-
me answer his question. I know you're smart. Let me answer his question.
Okay, please just answer so that
What is the
Olumide,
difference?
hold
Let
on.
me answer his question. Calm down.
Olumide, hold on now. The whole world is not running away. Because of it, I've gone past 2 hours. It's supposed to be a brief session. Please go
If
ahead.
you see, let me just end like this, and they can ask whatever question they want. They do not look dissimilar
Forefathers, I wasn't going to come on, but until this guy started spewing falsehood.
Okay, but
online.
you feel free to rebut me when I'm done. Why do you guys pull this Nigerian trick of you hear something that you don't like, then you try to skew everything to throw the person off? This is a
bro.
trick.
That's the idea. It's a trick
It's
I
a
feel
trick.
like
It's a trick Nigerians use.
You are telling us
They're
the
trying to
story.
see now we're not talking. See now we're not talking about my answer.
Bro.
I'm not holding on. Now I'm not
Are you
talking about
Nigerian?
my answer.
Are you Nigerian?
That is not your business. This is another trick.
Why are you
This is
against
another trick you
Nigerians,
guys use.
Don't use that kind of statement. I don't like
use
it. Even if you're saying
ethnicity
something, I
or you
listen,
use
but don't
religion.
insult
Let
Nigerians.
me answer the question. I have insulted you. Take it like that. Do whatever.
No,
Jump through the
you
screen.
don't do that. You don't do
jump
that.
through the screen if you have a problem. Let me answer the question.
And I think you have a problem. I think I'm talking to
It looks
racist.
like he does have a Nigerian background, though.
Let me answer. I don't even care. This is a
The
trick.
guy is
I'm
Nigerian.
used to this.
The guy is
He does have a Nigerian
discuss.
background, even if he's in the US.
If you don't like Nigerians, don't spew it here.
Okay, so jump through the screen and do something about it. Just let me answer.
I think you should be careful with what you say.
I'm not careful, so do what you got to do.
Please just say your piece. This has gone on.
Yeah, this is what they do. They try to throw you off. If you say something that they don't like, or it hits them,
can you hear this?
They try to throw them off.
To be honest, though, my bro, you've been long-winded. To be honest,
but he asked me a question.
Then just say, okay, see.
Let me talk.
Nobody interrupt him again. Nobody interrupt him again. You have 1 minute to respond. Nobody interrupt him again. He has 1 minute to respond.
Okay, so if I told a lie, feel free to rebut.
Hold on. Just go ahead. 1 minute, respond, and
it's not even 1 minute. I just want to say the question was, how could they differentiate? And you said they look similar to each other. Yes, they do, because they have the same ancestry. So if you see, for example, you see an American, like a Black American, and you see someone from Africa, to a large extent, they look alike, but you could tell that there's some similar differences, even if you can pick someone that looks just like both sides. So there's always that difference because one hasn't been entirely mixed and the other one
You're not going to call an
entirely
African an African American.
So the other one is still just, these guys have mental issues.
They
and the
still
other one
remain
is
Jews no matter what.
See, the point I'm making is that compare the Palestinian to even like the difference between the Palestinians and the Arabs. You might even see similar difference between Palestinian and Arab versus Palestinians and Jews. That it's not as you do have extreme Jews, like even him with his gray hair and everything. You do have extreme Jews that even look like blonde hair, but you do also see some of all those type of people in the Palestinian territory because they too have mixed themselves.
Father, but most of them have European ancestry. Remember, these people have been gone. Most of them have been gone. Most of them have been gone for. Most of them have been gone for over 3,000 years, right? So in that period, they have mixed. If you put 10 Israelis today, I keep saying there's a difference between an Israeli, a Jew, and a Zionist. If you put a Jew, a real Jew, which it is traced from maternal, you put him next to someone that was from Europe or was born in Holland, the Dutch Jew looks very European. They have Caucasian features. So the Middle Easterner, they look different. It's not the Arab and the Arab and the Palestinian Jews. Of course, they look different because their mothers were different.
I think they tend to have like the Israelis. If you put them in Europe, the Jews, I mean, they
My
tend to
guy,
have
my
darker
guy,
hair. They tend to
you are
have
just
darker hair than the normal
conflating.
European population.
You are
That's one
just
thing I found.
conflating.
They
You are
tend to
just
have darker
conflating
population.
yourself with grammar issues. Zionism, Jews.
Let's allow
Because you're going to
that
understand
wanted
this.
to say something. That sorry,
Eh?
go ahead.
Just confuse yourself with grammar.
No. I just
Zionism,
wanted to correct
Israeli,
something.
are they not the same? Are
I
they
just
not
Okay,
the
Olumide,
same
come
thing?
No,
on.
they're not the
Olumide, you're next.
same. Go
Olumide, you're
read.
next.
Go read instead of screaming online.
Olumide,
They're
you're
not
next.
the same.
Yeah, Ruth, hold on. Let Dad say something, please.
I just wanted to correct something my guy said. He said that the Jews, I think he said the Jews wanted to have a land in Africa originally before that. But I think that's a false. I think they were offered Africa by the British, but they refused.
Yeah, they were
refused
offered.
to
Yeah,
accept it. They refused
they were
it.
offered
So
Madagascar and
yeah,
Uganda.
Uganda and Madagascar, and they
No,
refused
no,
it.
no, no,
So they
no,
preferred
no.
Israel.
They listen. Go read it. I'm not here to go back and forth.
I think
No,
that's
no,
the
no,
whole
no,
consensus.
hold up. Go read it. And when you really read it,
okay.
When you really read it, don't go on the internet and start Googling stuff. No, go read it. And when you read how they almost ended up in Africa, then I'm not here to.
Where have you read that yourself? Where have you read that the Jews wanted a land in Africa or something? Or is it they were offered land in Africa?
No, the Zionist movement, the leader of the Zionist movement himself wanted Africa. He wanted the land between Kenya and Uganda.
That's not the case. They were offered that, and they say they prefer to go back to their homeland. That's what was said. So I think you're a bit wrong there. But anyways, we can produce receipts and all that kind of stuff.
No, you go check it.
Also plus Argentina as well.
Yeah. They had other options. They had a lot of options, but I'm glad they didn't come to Africa because they would have slaughtered us. Because they are so powerful, their backers are so powerful, they would have slaughtered everyone that comes within.
But you see, Jude thinks that's a good thing. I mean, the other day I was listening, Jude was saying if a people are low IQ, they deserve to be exterminated and all that stuff.
Exactly. They have low IQ. They have no use in the society.
So I wish they had offered the Jews Cameroon so that you wouldn't exist, Jude. You know what I mean?
No, what you guys are talking about makes no sense. I mean, come on. Don't you see how the Jews have developed Israel? Don't Africans don't want to go? And Africans going to Israel because of the development?
You guys are not even addressing the actual issue. You are not
exactly.
telling Hamas,
You guys are just diverting the point.
to release the 200 hostages so that they can cease fire.
Olumide, okay, stretch your point. Let me hear. Stretch your point.
You are allowing this guy to speak falsehood.
Olumide, stretch your point. Stretch your point. Stretch your point. Just go ahead with your point.
What I want to say is that why
They said I've just checked it out. They were offered, and most of them rejected it.
Talk now. You don't want to make I talk.
Go ahead.
So why don't you tell Hamas to release the 200 hostages? No matter what you do and rant against the Jews, it won't change anything.
You just asked. Okay, how about Israel release 1,500 or more than 1,500 Palestinian prisoners that they have, including children?
You mean armed terrorists?
No. They're not armed terrorists. Children are terrorists too.
They
have children. They have Israeli Palestinian children in detention.
That is the game plan of Hamas. All they want is to capture these people in exchange for terrorists that Israel arrested.
Exactly.
You are calling hold on now. You see, Jude, if you do that again, Jude, you're going to be out. I don't like it.
I've answered my question, fine, and I've answered you back. But what I'm saying is that
no, you didn't answer me back. You are making a false equivalent here.
No. Tell the Arab world.
Hold on. You see, you are not going to allow logic to fly out of the window. You are going to have you. I'm not going to let them. This is what they are trying to do.
The Jewish people hold father, mother, and children. Is children terrorists?
Let me search for how many Palestinians are held by Israelis. Let me search. He's still talking in the background.
6,700 and something. Over 6,007 something.
This is the nonsense they try to do. How many? Jesus Christ! Palestinians are in Israeli. Let me just type this quickly. Sorry, guys. Israeli prisons or whatever they call it. Yeah. I think I can see now. This one is showing Israel holds about 4,500 Palestinian prisoners, of which 310 are being held in administrative detention without trial. That's 310 of them held in detention. So these are the kind of stuff. And I witnessed when Israelis went and arrested Palestinian legislative members, parliamentary members, and government officials. They arrested all of them and put all of them in jail. That was sometime during at the time of Arafat or so. They just jailed them. They treat them anyhow they like, and some people just stand there and just justify it. And this is what.
Then forefather, when people talk all these things, when America invade Afghanistan over Osama bin Laden, they regret doing it. When they want to bring down Osama, they write off the debt that Pakistan is owing them. They use intelligence. If you know this place, you know where the terrorist people live, like you claim, you know everywhere. Why don't you use intelligence? Why are you killing mothers and children? And people say it's okay. Why don't you use intelligence? Why didn't America go to Pakistan and do that thing that they did in Afghanistan? Because they know the consequence when it comes to Pakistan. You understand? And even though America regrets what they did in Afghanistan, they regret it. So when they want to take down Osama bin Laden, they use intelligence. You have all the resources. You have America behind you. You have all the money. You are getting over $3 billion from America every year. You get all this support. And never then somebody said the other people are dumb. You people are smart. If you are smart so much, why are you depending on other nations to support you?
I can't believe what 4,000 children look like if they were lined up. How they will look like. They've just lost their life within 1 month or so, maybe 5 weeks or so. Who knows?
It don't make any sense.
That is a lot of children to kill in 1 month because you are going after people that are inside tunnels. What if you want to go with people that are inside tunnels? You go to the tunnel and block the tunnels.
So, forefather, this is the question. These guys that carry out that in October 7, assuming those guys carry out that thing in the hospital in Israel and they stay under the tunnel in Israel, would they raise down the Israelis in Israel?
Somebody asked them that question. Are you going to destroy the entire building because you want to go after one person under a building? That's not what you do. See, even Israelis have said. I played a video of an Israeli soldier that said they went to this place, they saw the family, they protect. He said he thanked his God that they didn't even shoot them first. But when they saw them, they said, "Oh, this was okay. You are fine." Then they protected them for some time, and then the Israeli soldiers left. This guy was testifying it on CNN. Then when they left, then the Israeli military came and destroyed the whole place, killing 8 members of that family. This is the stuff that keeps happening, and some people just sit there and justify that it's okay. And this video now that I'm looking at in front of me, that this is just a few months ago. Netanyahu at the UN. Sorry, Maxi, I'm coming to you. Sorry, I just wanted to introduce this point because it's very, very important. This is one of the threats I keep talking about. That we in Africa, I don't know what is wrong with us. We don't see threats coming. If you are so hell bent on talking about tribe, just look at maps. Sometimes the map is bigger than just that area where Nigeria is. Let's just hear some of the stuff he is saying.
In our first 70 years, we made peace with Egypt and Jordan. And then in 2020, we made the Abraham Accords, peace with another 4 Arab states. Now look at what happens when we make peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The whole Middle East changes.
You see the area he carved into the Middle East. Sudan is the Middle East now. And definitely Egypt is the Middle East. Let's keep going.
We tear down the walls of enmity. We bring the possibility of prosperity and peace to this entire region. But we do something else. You know, a few years ago, I stood here with a red marker to show the curse, a great curse, the curse of a nuclear Iran. But today I bring this marker to show a great blessing, the blessing of a new Middle East between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and our other neighbors. We will not only bring down barriers between Israel and our neighbors, we'll build a new corridor of peace and prosperity that connects Asia through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, to Europe. This is an
no Palestine there. Palestine is gone from that map. It doesn't even exist.
Extraordinary change, a monumental change, another pivot of history. Now, as the circle of peace expands, I believe that a real path towards a genuine peace with our Palestinian neighbors can finally be achieved. But there's a caveat. It has to be said here, forcefully. Peace can only be achieved if it is based on truth. It cannot be based on lies. It cannot be based on endless vilification of the Jewish people. Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas must stop spreading the horrible anti-Semitic conspiracies against the Jewish people and the Jewish state. I mean, he recently said that Hitler wasn't an anti-Semite. You can't make this up. But he did. He said that. And the Palestinian Authority must stop glorifying terrorists. They must stop its ghoulish pay-to-slay policy of giving money to Palestinian terrorists for the murder of Jews. This is all outrageous. It must stop for peace to prevail. And anti-Semitism must be rejected wherever it appears, whether on the left or on the right, whether in the halls of universities or in the halls of the United Nations. For peace to prevail, the Palestinians must stop spewing Jew hatred, finally reconcile themselves to the Jewish state. By that I mean not only to the existence of the Jewish state, but to the right of the Jewish people to have a state of their own in their historic homeland, the land of Israel. And let me tell you, the people of Israel yearn for such a peace. I yearn for such a peace. As a young soldier, over half a century ago, my comrades and I in Israel's Special Forces faced mortal dangers on many fronts, on many battlefields, from the warm waters of the Suez Canal to the frozen slopes of Mount Hermon, from the banks of the Jordan River to the tarmac of Beirut Airport. These experiences and other experiences taught me the cost of war. A fellow soldier was killed next to me. Another died in my arms. I buried my older brother. Those who have personally suffered the curse of war can best appreciate the blessings of peace. Now, there are many hurdles on the path to peace. There are many hurdles on the extraordinary path to peace that I've just described. But I'm committed to doing everything I can to overcome these hurdles, to forge a better future for Israel and all of our peoples, all the peoples in our region. 2 days ago, I discussed this vision of peace with President Biden. We share the same optimism for what can be achieved. And I deeply appreciate his commitment to seize this historic opportunity. The United States of America is indispensable in this effort. And just as we achieved the Abraham Accords with the leadership of President Trump, I believe we can achieve peace with Saudi Arabia with the leadership of President Biden. Working together with the leadership of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we can shape a future of great blessings for all our peoples. Now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you know there's a fly in this ointment, because rest assured, the fanatics ruling Iran will do everything they can to thwart this historic peace. Iran continues to spend billions to arm its terror proxies. It continues to extend its terror tentacles in the Middle East, Europe, Asia, South America.
Let's just stop there. I think, let me just stop it there, because at the heart of it, that is his true agenda in this speech, Iran. And because whenever they say anything, they always have an ulterior motive. You know, this speech, people complain about the fact that he omitted Palestine completely, and he said they shouldn't even have the right to, you know, veto anything that they offer them. So basically, that's what he's doing. And the reason why he's after that peace deal, he's talking peace with Saudi Arabia and all the rest now. He wants to knock Iran down. The moment they knock Iran down, then he goes on his own agenda. This map is really, really concerning. And Africans, I don't know what is wrong with us. We are just asleep. The whole Africa is being taken. You know, the country next to Sudan there is just Chad, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken? That is what is going on. And there is Arabization conflict going on in that region, Chad there, in Sudan there. They are killing a lot of black people in that region, and they are moving south. They've already claimed Egypt as part of their own. Now, Egypt is now an Arabic territory. Historically, the darker population have moved from towards the north towards the south. That's why we have so many stories in Africa of people moving from this region towards the south. That's in our culture, even in Nigeria. So this is a pre-program. If this region come together, they are talking about Euro-Asia. If they come together, do you know how powerful they will become? We are going to be in serious trouble. Sorry, let's allow Max to say something, because he hasn't said one word since he came in. Thank you for your patience, Maxi.
Thank you so much to Niger.
Long time no see you. You have been scarce for a bit.
I did. It's
good to see you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you, those in the comment section, and my co-panelists. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my own opinion concerning what is happening in Israel. You see, I do not know why most Nigerians are capitalizing on what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing against the terrorist Hamas in Israel, you know, from Gaza, northern Gaza, to be precise, northern Gaza. In Nigeria, during Obasanjo's time, soldiers were killed in Benue State, in a town they call Zakibiem. Obasanjo sent soldiers there to go and kill. They killed soldiers, Nigerian soldiers killed even children in Zakibiem. I was in active service at that time, but I did not participate in that operation. In Udi, in Port Harcourt, soldiers were killed to Niger. The same Obasanjo sent soldiers and mowed down Udi in Port Harcourt. The word did not speak. Zekibiam in Benue State, the word didn't speak.
How many lost their lives in those conflicts?
You see, if I say it here, unless there are so many things. If you ask me how many people died,
wiped out the whole community in Odi and Zakibiam.
I tell you, I say many, including women, children, were killed in Zakibiam, Benue State.
It would be good to have a number on top of it so that we know what we are talking about. I like to have this.
You cannot. You see, when you are fighting, there is what we call missing in action, kill in action, and casualties. There are people that you cannot count.
You say Sakobiam. I will try to find it. Zakibiam. I'll try to find information about it. Zakibiam, because this is matter. We are talking about 4,000 in a month.
And Odi, go find out about Odi too.
Okay.
Can I go on?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Now,
But
So
Maxi,
many things happen.
just to add a little bit to that you said, the whole world criticized Obasanjo for that. Even Nigerians, they criticize Obasanjo. So don't
But
say
they did not. They
nobody
did
say
not.
nothing.
They did not
They
hold
did.
him accountable. They did not hold him accountable.
They criticize. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They criticize.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's hear about it. Let's hear about the Zakibiam. He said the Zakibiam massacre, also known as the Zakibiam invasion or Operation No Living Thing, was a mass execution of hundreds of unmanned thief civilians by Nigerian army between 20th and 24th of October 2001. The massacre was a surreptitious operation of the Nigerian army to avenge the killing of 19 soldiers whose mutilated bodies were found on 12th of the October. Yep, that's a lot of these people.
Okay.
What is
Okay.
massacre
Can
of
you check?
yeah.
Can you check Udi too in Port Harcourt?
Hundreds. Pardon, Udi Port Harcourt. Okay. Udi. Is it Udi Port Harcourt? Udi.
ODI.
ODI. Good.
ODI.
Port
Udi
Harcourt.
was Bayelsa now. As you are
OD was
checking,
Bayelsa, not Port
I
Harcourt.
think
It was
Bayelsa.
Bayelsa.
Okay.
Bayelsa.
Okay. So as you are checking it, let me go on with my submission. To Nigeria, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, please. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it's estimated that over 900 civilians were killed in that attack. So we are talking about 900. Even if you double it, even you are looking at 1,600. The point.
And to Nigeria, that is not the exact figure. I told you there are people that will miss in action. MIA. There are people.
There are other people that claim that there is about 2,500. So that's why I mean, you can increase the number. But the point I'm making is that, and that is even then, that is different from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This one we're talking about within a month now, and they've lost so many lives, 12,000 lives. So we're not even talking about this thing. We're talking about 12,000 lives. Where the children alone is 4,500 or so.
Do you know? Do you know why? If you look at, I am keeping tab on what is happening. I'm following CNN, Al Jazeera, CNBC, NBC, France 24 English service, DWTV. I'm keeping tab on what is going on in that particular place because I love to know what is happening around the world.
Yeah.
Especially here, this Israeli-Hamas issue. Look, let me tell you, there is a proverb in my mother's ancestral land in Abia State, Ngwa, Igbo tribe, Igbo ethnic group that says, if you want to avoid fight, don't point fingers. When you point fingers, I am going to slap your fingers and fight will ensue. If you look, I want to ask a question, but I am not a historian, but I believe that there are historians in this platform. Did God, through the Jews from the sky, where is the original ancestral land of the Jews before the Europeans invaded them, before the Arabs invaded them? Where is their geographical zone in that particular place, my people? If you
They
have
didn't
the
have any
answer,
place during that time. By the time the Arabs came to become a nation, they were no longer there anyway. They were
where were they?
the Romans had dispersed them around the world.
Okay, if they disperse them, just like what happened in Benue State. Do you remember to Niger in Benue State? The Benue indigenes, the indigenous people in the diaspora, sent a petition to the House of Representatives that their land has been taken over. Does it mean that those that took over their land in Benue State and illegally occupied them, that there are no indigenous people occupying those places?
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I know it's rhetorical, but if you follow, this is why I say it is imperative, it is paramount that people, especially of African descent, that are interested in all this, in this topic, in this whole fiasco, to go understand the difference. This is how you start before you pick sides. Not you, sir. Please, so don't think I'm attacking you. I'm saying in general. People need to go read and go educate themselves on the difference between a Zionist, which is an Israeli, and a Jew. If you do that, you will understand that in Orthodox Judaism, which is that are the real Jews and who are opposed to the state of Israel, in the Talmud, the Jews do not have a homeland. They are wanderers. They are not supposed. So Palestine, that what you're saying is a fallacy. It is part of that brainwashing that MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, NBC, they've been propagating to people for almost 80 years.
Roof, let me just share this because this lady was asking Patricia, no, Niger Patriot. I don't know what I know Niger Patriot, you sound familiar, but I'm not sure. So this is a casualty. You're asking for the casualty with the Ukraine conflict, which is scary. 9,000 something over how many years? Almost a year and a half conflict.
Yeah.
9,000. Israel has killed 12,000 in barely 1 month. This is the kind of stuff. And then this is why I call it the most evil conflict on the face of the earth today. It's been going on like this for 70 years, just nipping away at the people. Kill me, kill you, kill me, kill you situation, on and on. Endless. UN resolution keep getting dashed repeatedly. International Criminal Court defied. This conflict has undermined international order more than any other issue in the world. Like right in the face, like killing children on TV. Normally you see these kind of videos online where you say, oh, Russians did this. This one sometimes live streaming it.
Forefather, that video you played before, I was listening to Netanyahu. Isn't it not the same Netanyahu that caused the war in Iraq? His lies.
That's what they do now. They because they are using to gain advantage. They support the war against Iraq. Now they want one against Iran. That's why they are doing what they are doing. They hope that they won't implode.
Forefather, you make mention of Joshua when you asked the other Jodine the other question maybe like an hour ago. You asked him that question. When Joshua was next to Moses in the Bible, Joshua told Moses, he said, Master, we want more land. Do you know what Moses said? Moses said, if you want more land, you're going to fight for it. And this is the mindset of these people since that time till now. When they read this Bible and the Bible says, go and possess your possession. And I see somebody from Amazonia who support this nonsense and is going through the pain right now. Is that not funny?
Yeah,
you understand?
We have to be careful about, it's very easy to get into the mindset of saying this, all of them, because there are a lot of Jews that are against what is going on. Almost all the video on my channel is from Jews, actually, and Israelis complaining about this. It's almost that they too are captured.
Yeah, go ahead. This guy doesn't know that the Jews do not believe in the Bible. The Bible that you are quoting is not the Bible that the Jews have. The Jews do not believe in Jesus.
I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm talking about we Africans that is thinking this way. I'm not talking about the Jews.
You are bringing an Ambazonian war.
Try to focus on the point, Jude. You want to start going on a tangent again.
Not on the tangent. What I'm saying is the war in Amazonia is a marginalized war. These are the same people. One of the group is claiming to be marginalized.
What is going on too.
Just like
in
for a very long time. Let me finish.
Exactly what is going on too.
Stay quiet. Let me make this point. Just like in Nigeria, where Biafrans are claiming to be marginalized or whatever. Now the war in Israel is not the same thing. The Palestinians have occupied these people's land. And that is where the war is. That you cannot compare that to Africa. These guys did not get independence the same time. Biafrans gain the same independence the same as a Nigerian country. Ambazonians gain independence in that same territory. Not the same for Palestine. That's a whole different topic.
Forefather,
Man,
Forefather,
this
what
this
this guy
Ukraine
just said.
conflict, this Ukraine conflict one is scaring me actually. When you look at the
Judea.
number of casualties there compared to what Israel is doing. Yes.
Forefather, see what this guy just said now. He's saying Palestine occupied Israeli land for thousands of years. You know, they did this experiment where.
Why do you want to entertain him now? You know that is not true now. You go into a rabbit hole.
Hold on.
It's like he is like Hamas now inside the tunnel, and you want to follow him in there. Don't go in there.
I just want to, for the benefit of people who are
booby trapped, man. You're not going to come out. It's booby trapped.
For the benefit of people, because this video is going to go to a lot of people. For the benefit of people who are listening.
Let me get Faraday in. Sorry, there's somebody in the backstage I've never seen there before. Faraday, you will need to say something the moment you come on because I've never seen that the name before. So Faraday, I'm bringing you in now and just say hi at the moment you come in.
Tinaja.
Faraday.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Good to have you here. Marshall, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was making my submission before my connection, disappointed me.
I get a feeling that nobody's going to top Israel today, because somebody is trying to find somebody that is going to top Israel's record. Nobody's going to top it. Even Russia, with all their nuclear weapons, haven't topped it. Yeah, go ahead.
Tinaja, you see, Israel. I do not. If you look at the map of Israel. Before 1945, look at the map. They came a tiny place. How come? Their land was occupied. And what made them to come back home to remember where they come from was because of the Holocaust. That was the reason why.
There was no Israel before 1945. Israel came to be in 1948.
That was the reason. Hold on, sir.
That was when they gained independence. 1948.
Hold on.
If they don't have independence, where were they before they got independent? What are you talking about this independence?
Hold on, my people. You see, what happened to Israel?
Why do you stop history from when they left? When the Romans dispersed them? Why didn't you go to when they left Egypt? That they went to a land that doesn't belong to them.
To Niger, my question is this: I do not know, to Niger, where you come from. You have an ancestral land,
Nigeria,
where your ancestors.
How can you be surprised? I'm from Nigeria.
I can't. Just hold on. You see, every one of us here has an ancestral origin where our ancestors.
That was my point that I made. Yep.
So where is the ancestral land of the Israelis, the Jews? Let me say the Jewish nation.
They don't know them again.
You people are making
Where is the ancestral land of the white South Africans?
Do you guys understand?
The ancestral land of the white South Africans? Will you be happy? Will you be happy for South Africans, the black South Africans, to have all the white South Africans to live?
My guy, you are about that. The white South Africans are not from South Africa. The Jews are from that place. They have people that were living there as Jews. What the heck is this talking about?
I have the floor. I have the floor.
Let's let Maxi finish. Let's allow Maxi say something.
I take God
you cannot compare Jews in Israel with the white.
You and Maxi are on the same side. Can you stop?
You can
Jude, come on.
Let me speak. If you cannot understand, let me speak in Ghana. Me paucho why? Me paucho. Please, let me just finish. Biko, don ala don anabi. Kabane wuri. Beri magana. Don ala don anabi. Ejo. Okay, you see.
Wow, 4 languages plus English. It's all good. These are Africans for you.
You see, this is what I'm trying to say. The reason why If they were enjoying in Europe where they were scattered, chased away from their ancestral land, maybe they will not remember that they have a place. Because of what happened to them, it struck them and they remembered that they had a place they chased them away from. And before they returned, invaders were there. People has occupied their land. And if you remember in the history, it is there. When they came back, they did not fight. They started buying back their land. They started buying back their ancestral land. Go and check it. It is there. They didn't fight.
You're calling it
They
the ancestral
started
land.
buying back. They started back. That is why you see, look at where Gaza is. Gaza is very close to the Mediterranean Sea. West Bank is at the right hand side.
Exactly.
West Bank is at the. How can you create a country like that and put Israel in the middle?
No, it did not divide it when
They did not divide it. All that place, all that area you mentioning, the West Bank, Gaza, Hebron, Haifa. Let me finish. I'm not asking for your suggestion. But all that place is called Palestine. You guys keep conflating Zionists and Jews. The Palestinian Jews, the Palestinians have Jews, and they live together for thousands of years.
I believe that
the Palestinians have Jews, and they lived together for thousands of years before the Europeans came.
You can
Yeah,
raise your
just hold on.
hand
We know that there's some truth between there. See, let me just show you, if I master. This is a Jewish organization that is a kind of paramilitary organization, like like warlike organization, terrorist group. Actually, not just warlike organization. It's a terrorist group. Guess when they were formed? 1931 to 1948. They were active. So when you say they were just there buying land, they were not just buying land. This is a terrorist organization that was operating there. Zionist organization.
To Niger, if you go back to it, hold on.
No, I know they bought and said that's not the only thing they did. They were doing other things too.
Both sides had paramilitary groups.
There is something I would like to tell you today.
That's true. Both sides had paramilitary group during that time.
Yes, if you go back, you will still find.
But one side killed the other side.
Okay, let me come to what is going on now. I don't want to, because I don't know too much about the history. Let me come back to what is happening. See, Israel was attacked. It was an unprovoked attack.
Exactly. My point.
No, it wasn't unprovoked. It was because the Arab countries were against the deal to give Israel that land.
You see, not that.
But it is an independent country. Once you're an independent country, you have
because the UN decided to just go and create it. If the UN decides to go and take your country now, Ambazonia, and give it to Germans, are you going to be happy?
I mean, what the hell are you talking about? These are two different things. It's not giving.
It's exactly the same thing.
Judea. Let me ask you a question. Do you know there are Palestinian Jews?
Hold on, sir. When you were talking and people were trying to ask you question, you rejected it. Please let me just, because it makes this thing very bored. The discourse is very bored. People keep interjecting, asking questions. Wait, when you get to your turn, then you ask your question, you make your submissions. Please, my people. How?
It's almost as if we are talking Biafra, yeah.
You see, let me go straight to what happened. You see, that place has been that place is a volatile. It's a volatile. I am talking as a former military officer. That place is a volatile region. Any little thing can spark what we are seeing today. And if I would tell you, if you go back, I believe that most people will reason with me. When Israel were forming alliance, mending bridges, building bridges with Jordan, United Arab Emirates, the Emirate Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them. Iran and Syria were not happy. Hezbollah was not happy. Hamas was not happy. They were not happy.
Hello.
And,
that's good.
And they played into the hand of Israelis. Israel didn't want to go to war against Hamas in Gaza. No. But opportunity brought itself, and Israel are maximizing it right now. So if you say that innocent people are killed, children, yes, innocent people will continue to die in a war. If an army or a terrorist organization like Hamas is using civilians, hospitals as a shield, I saw videos. This is, CNN is against Israel and their, the act of Israel in Gaza. But they embedded CNN. They embedded the CNN.
That's a lie. That's a lie. What are you talking about?
That's not true.
Hold on.
Did I just hear Maxi say? Okay.
MSNBC. If you get your information from
let me ask this. I need to ask this question clearly.
I have been monitoring CNN as well.
Maxi, hold on now. Did I just hear you say?
If you listen,
hold on, Maxi. Did I just hear you justify killing 4,500 children?
Exactly, that's what you heard.
6,000 women because people are hiding inside tunnels? Seriously, did I just hear you justify that within 5 weeks?
Tunaja, it is.
You justify that.
Wait. I don't know. You've never been to a war before.
Have you stood in front of 10,000 people?
Tunaja, what's your
all of them dead.
What's your stance on the Russian war?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question so that
I'll come to you soon, Faraday.
Can I answer your question so that other people will come in? Look, if you have 1 million people in front of a terrorist that wants me dead with sophisticated weapons, with javelins,
you kill them
with
all.
javelins as human shield,
you kill them.
I have no option because I am also saving my life and the life of my fellow comrades.
Okay.
I will kill you.
What about the children that died in Biafra? Do you support the children that died in Biafra?
I'm gonna go where you don't like. When you cry, you whine every day. You talk about Fulani, what Fulani are doing to the Biafran people.
Yes, 67 to 70. 67 to 70. Do you support all the children that died in Biafra? Because if you support what's going on in Palestine, then you cannot denigrate Awolowo for the hunger that he caused.
Let me tell you. They don't feel for other people. They feel for themselves.
What happened in the civil war in Nigeria, the Biafran civil war?
I'm not asking for history. Do you support the children that died between 67 and 70 of Igbo descent that you people keep blaming on the North and the West? Do you support the death of the Biafran kids?
Listen.
No, I'm not. Yes or no? Do you support their death?
Do you support it?
I cannot answer yes or
no. It's a yes or no question. You had no problem supporting the deaths of the Palestinian kids, women, and children.
You ask a question. Can someone answer you?
It is a yes or no question. I don't need a history lesson.
Yes or no question because
you support the death? Do you support the death of the Biafran children? 67 to 70.
Of war. Before you invest in war, you consequences.
So which means
it's
justifiable for the Biafrans.
Is it justifiable that they got killed of hunger, kwashiorkor, and all kinds of things?
What happened?
I don't care what happened. Yes or no? Is it justified?
It's war.
Of course.
It is war, right?
Because it's war.
It is war.
Let's
give him chance to explain
That's what you're saying.
Let's give him chance to express himself so that we can pin him.
Tunaja, can you moderate? Can you moderate this,
Yeah, I'll
brother?
try to moderate it. Let's keep calm. Okay, let's answer now. Do you justify that? Are you okay with the deaths, the casualties, children, women in the
Exactly.
Biafran
If you
war?
are
Are you
engaged in war,
justifying it?
you should know the consequences of war. If you are engaged in war,
good. Let him answer. Please go ahead and answer, Maxi. Sorry about all the interruptions and all.
See, from my own point of view, and what I know and what I would do, it is justified what they are doing. When you bring it to Biafra, the civil war, when you bring it to civil war, I believe that what happened in the Nigerian Biafran war was a blockade of sort.
Oh no, we don't need a history lesson. You just easily said Palestine. You just said Palestine was justified.
Is war, so anybody can die.
Yes or no?
To protect the soldiers too.
You see what you guys are doing now. What you guys are doing now is actually shifting the argument, because let me explain. Let me land. Vine can actually flip that question to ask you if you support what the Palestinians do or what they did, right? So I don't think. I think it's. Can you hear me?
The Palestinians did not go to war with Israel.
Wait, they did. They don't. That was an argument. So, but here's my point. I think the laws of
I think you have to have all devices on.
You have two devices on.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you are echoing.
How is that possible? I have just one.
You sound okay right now to me.
Yeah, I have just one device. So I think I still hear this sound. Let me see if I have to do noise cancellation. I'm sorry about that.
if you decide to go to war with your opponent, you should be able to face the consequences of the war.
So you like what's happening with the Ambazonians. You like what's happening with the Ambazonians. I'm sure you're really happy. You see all these people when he hits them, then they don't like it anymore.
I think truly
this constant, persistent interjections will not make you to have a good discussion.
Yeah, you have not answered the question that was asked though about
is it okay? You see what I said,
bro. Just answer the question, man, and stop being
Let everybody talk now. You know, Max has been here and I've been talking for a very long time. In the
can I just speak?
Is this Ed? Is that Ed?
Can I just speak? I'm far
Is that you?
I'm far again.
There is echo.
I can't believe I can recognize Ed's voice from even when he's
okay. Let me just say a few things.
There is echo. Somebody is echoing.
I can hear him fine. It's your echo. I think your echo.
Can other people mute? Jude, can you mute, please? And Paul. Okay. So I think anybody that has milk of human kindness would feel bad about the death of the Palestinians, and I don't want to. I think why I even came here was to correct something that I Speak the Truth said about the Israelites being a migratory people, and he was trying to justify it using the Talmud. That's not true, because if you go by the very scriptures of the Jews, they believe they own the land. But the question is, why do Orthodox Jews not align?
Again, stop quoting me out of context. I did not say the Israelites. I did not say that. Stop quoting me out of context. I said by the Jews, the Orthodox Jews believe that they are a migratory group. The Orthodox Jews, not Israelis.
Can I explain? Okay, you said that, right? You said the Orthodox Jews believe that the Jews are a migratory people. Whatever the case, I want to explain why that is the case, right? The reason is because according to the
Are you
hardline.
telling me it is not true, or you agree with me? I'm not asking for a history lesson.
Wait, can I explain? Can I explain the reason why that is the case?
So you agree?
I do not agree. I do not agree.
So what are you saying? The reason why what is what case?
So the point here is that Orthodox Jews are not aligned with Zionist ambitions. And this
Oh
is
my
why.
God, genius! I've been saying that since the start of the show.
No, let me explain why. It's not that,
I don't care about why.
That's different from saying that.
So why are you quoting me out of context?
No, what you said was wrong. You're saying they're migratory people. That's not what they believe.
And you just said they said it, and you say you're going to give us the reason why.
Can you let me land? Can you let me land? Can you let me land? What you said is that Orthodox Jews believe that the Jews are migratory people. I'm saying that that's not the belief. They do believe that they have the right to a homeland. But the reason why they do not support Zionism is because of two reasons. The first one is that for the Jews to have a homeland, they have to be ruled by pure Judaic rules.
Bro, you're not teaching me anything. It is the same thing you're saying. They do not believe they have to. I did not go. Listen. I did not go into the whole nuances of everything. I did not try to give everybody a history lesson. Do we both agree that the Orthodox Jews? Hold on. Do we both agree that the Orthodox Jews do not believe that they have a right to a land in Palestine?
No, that's not.
Someone keep interjecting you the way you are interjecting people.
Because you're misquoting me. Don't misquote me.
You can respond. You can respond.
I'm responding to Niger.
No, you would have time. You would have time. I speak the truth.
Of many more of his relatives. And
Hello, please, can I speak?
Trailblazing figure. Made history as the first.
I'm hearing Piers Morgan. Is that you, Niger? To Niger.
He's a passionate advocate for peace and
To
reconciliation
Niger.
between Israelis and Palestinians. And mission.
What's going on?
You were raised in the.
To Niger, what are you playing? We're not seeing anything.
And lived in my home still.
Niger has run away.
I don't know what is it playing. Like you're not letting someone speak.
These airstrikes, but also you've told me that right now there are ongoing attacks.
Yes, they are there in Jabalia camp, living, staying there. They are alive.
I don't understand what's going on here, to Niger.
What's going on?
You were playing something. So I was trying to make the point that, and I mean, I speak the truth. This is what you said. You said the Orthodox Jews believe that the Jews are supposed to be a migratory people. That's different. You just wait. You respond. You would respond. Just hold on. That's different from saying that they are anti-Zionist. The reason why they are anti-Zionist is like they want a homeland that's ruled by Jewish or Judaistic principles, and that's not what we have today in Israel. So that's one of the reasons. Then the second reason, there are some that just believe that the Jews will not have a homeland, and I think this is where you're coming from. So to this point, I agree with you. Some of them believe they will not have a homeland until the coming of the Messiah. So remember, they are religious people, right? So that's what.
Dude, the bottom line is they do not believe that Palestine is their home. That is, I did not go through the nuances of the history.
That's where I disagree with you.
I don't care what you disagree. The bottom line is they do not believe.
You have evidence for that.
Of course, it's in the Torah. He just quoted it. He just told you. He just told you.
The Torah clearly says that is their land. That's what they believe. Like if you read the Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yes, the Tanakh. You're not teaching me anything. The Tanakh. The
I'm not
first
here
5
to teach you.
books.
I'm just here. Why are you like? Why are you?
Because I don't like people quoting me out of context and they haven't even read what it is about.
Hold on, Maxi, hold on. See, Faraday, the reason why is because Truth said that he has been around Jews for a long time and he understands a lot about their culture. And Truth, if you want to say this about things that you know a lot of people are not very much aware of, you want to provide direct evidence for it. I would like to know more about it.
So it's not because I've been around them. I also have been studying this since I was a child. since I was a
I want
kid.
to ask you.
So I'm not dependent on CNN or MSNBC. So everybody's.
I just hear a whole lot of hyperbole, to be honest. Releasing receipts and all that stuff. It's just a lot of hyperbole.
You know what I mean? So you can go read, but don't misquote me and don't. You know what I mean? Don't try to.
I'm going to be sharing something soon that should, in a way, kind of encompass the kind of attitude people should be taking to this conflict. It's a tragic event, and the fact that people are just taking sides and everything. What the Israelis are doing is wrong. What Hamas did was wrong. You can't excuse bad behavior.
To Nigeria, if you say that what Nigeria ECOMOG, the ECOMOG troops did in Liberia was also wrong.
No,
what
it's
the United
different.
Hold on. If you are going to judge them, what the United Nations on Profora did in Yugoslavia was also wrong.
No, it's
what
not.
The United Nations did in Sierra Leone was also wrong.
But I can
what
tell you why it's not wrong now. Let's not just go on and
was
on.
Also wrong.
Hold on now. Let's not go on and on. It's very simple why theirs is different. They were going after solving a problem and they didn't go after killing civilians at such a high rate.
Who told you? Who told you that?
Are not solving a problem.
The reason why is because Israelis are killing civilians at a rate that is even higher than. Hold on now. Oh, you are doing what others you are saying others should not do. Israelis are killing civilians at a higher rate than even a terrorist group like Hamas has done. Hamas killed more soldiers versus civilians than Israelis are doing. That when a state force is killing more civilians at a higher rate than a terrorist group, you have to know something is off. And they are telling you what they want to do. They even released a song. Did you watch that song that I played where they were saying that they're going to empty that area? They want to take some of the land of the Palestinians again.
Simple.
You see how they are treating them in the West Bank. West Bank, Hamas is not there. How can we see these things and we pretend as if we don't see them? But then again, that's human beings. We pretend as if we don't see the truth.
So Nigeria, will you hold the same esteem for the Nigerians attacking the Biafrans? Will you say how they are treating them bad? Will you say that?
Father, can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
Yes. This man, what's his name? Truth or something like that. I can't see his name right. Truth. You said I want you to tell us a bit about your studies, what you studied, because you told us now that you've been studying this from childhood or from for a long time. What did you study and how? Because I want to believe what you are saying, but I want to know how grounded you are. And then again, you sound like a Nigerian with an accent of American, but you don't want to accept that you're Nigerian. So I don't know.
When did I say I was a Nigerian? So let me answer your question. I don't need a long story.
He's Nigerian, bro.
Of what?
You seem to be cranky today, man.
First of all, you got to ask yourself, right? When you listen to someone, what you got to ask yourself is very simple. Is a person speaking facts, or are they just speaking fallacy? And most times it is based on your understanding. Now, what difference does it make if I have a 6th grade education or if I have a PhD in theology? It makes absolutely no difference. What you got to focus on is if I'm speaking facts, if I'm speaking evidence, and if you can disprove anything that I'm talking about.
Okay, great. That's your answer, right? Please hold on, please hold on, please. Sorry, one moment. If that is your answer, then I would advise you, no matter what you say, no matter how true what you believe is, and you state it, and somebody is making an argument, just let the audience choose what they want to believe or what they want to research on. Because the way the way you shout at people and say, no, you don't want to be lectured. You act like you are a professor, but you don't want to tell us what.
How do you know I'm not? How do you
they tell us? Because I want to know.
Business. This is the Nigerian
because
trick again.
You are shutting everybody down.
You guys do this. I'm not shutting anybody down. Focus on the topic. Don't focus on me.
No. But the topic is that everyone is talking, and we are listening.
If I tell you now,
hold on. Let's calm down. I'm just gonna share this. Let's not go around, because this is a very simple idea, and I agree with where truth is coming from generally, but not all the specifics that he's talking about. But I'm going to go through these videos again so we have more direct evidence of what is going on. What's his name?
Tonight, can I just say one thing?
Yes, please go ahead. You have not said anything.
Tonight, I'm with you in terms of like seeing the morality side of this. But when you come to this kind of debates, like you have to kind of, you cannot expect anybody to hold the same positions as you do, as well as if they, because some people will ultimately be another type of way and they will not feel, and it's their prerogative to do that. But I know exactly what you're saying. You know, because it's to me, I consider this to be one of the greatest sins to ever witness as well. But we will see how it plays out. But never mind.
I agree. People are not going to hold the same opinion, but I'm going to use my own truth to batter their head as much as I can, and so that logic for me, the truth has to be somewhere. I don't know, in life, and I begin to realize that as the truth of our existence, that truth doesn't always win. There was a time they were killing so many witches in some part of Europe that they were almost run out of women in their town. That's how dangerous it was. They call it mass psychosis. People don't always believe the truth. Hold on, who is knocking? Who is messing with their devices there?
Oh, my bad. That gotta be me.
All right, let me just play this guy again. Then I'll play the song. And then I will finalize with this. Man, you guys will really want to hear this Palestinian man, speak. And I was playing before. Okay, let's just hear the Israeli soldier, so that you hear from the horse's man. Well, he's not a horse, clearly not. He's a very decent human being that decided to come publicly and say what he actually experienced.
That all the civilians had fled, and that was true for the most part, but it wasn't entirely true. We did find civilians. There was an entire family in the second neighborhood that my unit took over. There was an entire family who stayed behind. And the soldiers, luckily, when they entered the house, they didn't kill them through live fire. They gave them food and water. They guarded them for many days. But when we pulled out, the Air Force flew overhead and bombed the entire neighborhood. And 8 members of that family were killed. I learned this later. So I've seen this with my own eyes. And I'm listening today, I'm listening to my own leaders, including who I mentioned, Bezalel Smotrich, who said he doesn't really differentiate between the Palestinian Authority, which recognizes Israel and wants to negotiate with Israel, and Hamas, which is the terrorist organization that carried out these atrocities. The Arabs are the Arabs. That's what he said on Saturday night on Israeli television. So it's hard for me to believe. I don't believe it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't believe that Israel is doing everything in its power to prevent civilian casualties based on the statements of members of the Likud and other members of the coalition. And I think that that's a result of the fact that this government doesn't view the Palestinian people as the future partners for making peace with. And they are just...
The next one, about this song that they played, that they were, the kind of, so that some people that support Israel, because I think in their minds, Israel is just a victim that needs to be, supported throughout this. They don't understand that there's another area, another aspect that is beginning to look a little bit.
Tunaja, most of these in the panel here are Igbo or Igbo adjacent. So some of those.
Let's not do. Let's so because Igbo.
So some of them believe they're actually Jews.
Let's just play before we start accusing them of. Something that they are broadcasting on live TV and they are saying this type of stuff. If they are able to say this stuff openly, in another year there will be nothing there.
I don't think they know that the world is watching those.
נשמתנו זועקת, כי נפשנו לא אחוריה, כי נפשנו היום גם לוחמת. עם אחד, עם הנצח יד, לא נחדול ונשמור על ביתנו, לא נשכח ונראה לעולם איך היום משמידים את אויבינו. ונזכור את כולם, את יפי הדורית והגר, כי נמשיכות ליבנו לשכוח, אהבה מרגשת ונם, הקשור ליבנו לשכוח.
This is not an equal conflict. And personally, if somebody was hiding in a hole, you know, I will relax a little bit more. All I have to do is worry about blocking all the holes and wait for them. Let's see how long they're going to be there. I will just take over Gaza Strip, then block all the holes. That's what you do. This idea of killing 12,000 civilians is ridiculous.
Father, we are gradually rolling into a third world war. If you don't know, look at it: Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine.
That is not
I think you all want to watch this man. I think I want to react to this. Let me just say this on behalf of YouTube, because this guy is got a big following.
Tonight, you say you've been getting complaints a lot from the Jewish crowd for your videos lately about.
I've not gotten any complaints at all. I've not gotten, which I don't know. People say they are blocking all kinds of people. I've not gotten, but I noticed that one video I was looking for has been taken off. So
they'll take it down.
that they do take videos
do
off.
anything against it, they're taking it down.
You are playing the Israeli and what they said. Have you played what the Palestinians and their cohorts said after that attack on 7th October? Have you played it?
Okay, yes. I think there are videos of the Hamas people when they were attacking people. I think we have seen that one all over the world now. The one that people don't tend to see is the opposite, actually. No, most people don't know some of the things Jews say about themselves. They don't know. There was a video, and that video, they've taken it down, where some of the rabbis and everything were saying, they are entitled because they are the chosen one. They are the they can use the world for whatever they like. In short, I don't want to be repeating all this thing, because those few people that are saying those things are stigmatizing the entire Jewish population. See what I mean? No, because that's the truth. You have to be careful, because you get caught up by all these funny people. This right winger, that's how they win. They say nasty things and they divide people. But that said, let's play this. This man lost so many members of his family to Israelis. But hear him talk, and I have to give credit to Piers Morgan. He's the one that did this interview. I have to for fair use. I'm reacting. We are going to be reacting to this on this video. So YouTube, take it easy on us.
Human, I send them to peace camps, and she said to me,
with Israelis,
with the Israelis, and she said to me, I found how similar are we. We are similar, but we need to be equal. We need to be free. We need to appreciate the dignity, the freedom of all. Does the life, I want to ask you, does the life of the Palestinians matter as equal to the Israelis or not?
Yes.
Does the freedom of the Palestinians matter as the freedom of the Israelis?
Yes.
And that's what always I advocated for. I worked at the hospital when I deliver a baby, the newborn baby. The cry of the newborn baby is a cry of hope, cry of life. But now we are crying blood Our tears are blood. The children that I helped to deliver, they are free. All of them are free. Why not to run a normal, free life? Medicine for me is a human equalizer, stabilizer, socializer, and harmonizer. So we need to live free, with dignity, with equality in this world. And that's the peace. I fully advocate it. Because once we have these means, peace will be a consequence. Violence that we talk about violence, what is violence? Violence when we violate someone's dignity, life, and the human rights. So it's time. And even October 7th proved, because we tried it many times, military means and wars, it's futile. It's a waste of time and lives. It increases bloodshed, animosity, hatred, violence, pain, suffering, and most important is the extremism. The only way is to sit, and I am sure this can't be solved with the military means. It's only by political and diplomatic means, acknowledging the rights of all to live side by side as equal. And that's the only way, without leaving.
Father, it's getting too long. You might want to talk a little bit and continue.
Hold on. I just want to get to one point, one area where you
no, just because of YouTube, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. I want
to
show this.
Only and just only for a human.
Yeah, I'm going to call
How many
it,
members
and
of
it
your
once he
family
does some presentation.
have been lost since October the 7th?
About the 25. October 7th, when I watched it, I found that my sister's house, where my brothers and nieces were there, and this is all the members of the family who were killed.
These are all your members of your family?
Of the family on the 7th. They became piles, their bodies. This is my niece who was killed. This is her body. This my niece who was engineering, graduated. She was found under the rubble. This is my niece. She is a medical doctor. She was supposed to start her specialty. This, my cousin. This is my nephew, who is a physiotherapist, and he was killed. This is my niece's daughter, and that's what we want to see. These people, they have names. They have faces. And that's what is needed. This is my daughter, Bisan, who was killed 16th of January, 2009, who said, to meet violence with violence doesn't solve any problem. There is an alternative way. It's not by action and reaction. It's by being a human and behaving and thinking of others. This is Mayar and Aya. Even my niece, she named her daughter Aya after my daughter. Aya was killed also. These daughters, I raised them to be human, to be advocate for human. I sent them to peace camps. And she said to me—
With Israelis?
With the Israelis. And she said to me, I found how similar are we. We are similar, but we need to be equal. We need to be free.
Okay, let me take that off so that YouTube, I don't go too far. YouTube, please forgive us. I'm just trying to share this and reacting to this, because that was a powerful video, and I hope people watch it. It's Piers Morgan, so like and subscribe his channel. Yeah, you see, this is that man is like a superhuman. Most of us can't even come close to what that man is doing. That's what, when Piers Morgan is a bigot. I wouldn't even call him a bigot. He's one of those people that take sides and all that stuff. But before this man, he was like, I was surprised. He was like, I don't know whether I am even fit to be talking to you, because this man lost his family. His release shot a shell into his house, killing his children. And his niece, that was named after one of his daughter, got killed again in this conflict. By the same force. and at the same time he's still working for Israelis. He's working in Israel as a doctor, having children for them, and that's what he was saying. That when he gives birth to a child, they go and live free, but they are killing us. Please go ahead, Maxi.
You see, to Nigeria, it's unfortunate what is happening in that area. It's unfortunate, but that is war for you. In war, there's what we call collateral damage. Even the United Nations Convention, Geneva Convention, no matter how you see them, we uphold in the war front. There is a time it doesn't matter. I will tell you the truth today.
My brother, when you have overwhelming power over a people as well, you have the means necessary.
Finish, man.
Can you shut up, Jude? Can you shut up for a minute?
Can you allow me to finish? This interjection, this is very, very wrong.
I think, Maxi, you are not used to people interjecting. See, that let's give him the benefit of that. He's not used to people interjecting.
What respect are you giving to that person that is talking?
It's okay.
It's good with learned people. People with people that know, people when they speak, the world listens to you. Why can't we just observe this decorum here and have a very good discourse? To Nigeria, you see, it's unfortunate what is going on there. For me, from my own point of view, to Nigeria, there is a scenario I would like to create to you today. I've never said this to anybody before. And I will say it here. I was attacked in Liberia. I was attacked by MPFL, Charles Taylor's soldiers, in a place they call Joazon, very close to Grand Jide, somewhere Canada's home country, state. They call it over there. What do they call it? I will remember. In Grand Jide County, yeah, they call it counties. In Nigeria, we call states. Ghana, here we call regions. There they call county. And when we were attacked, I was in the what we call point line. Before you enter the headquarters, you will meet my platoon. And these rebels came in here with white flags, with pregnant women, children, white flags. And according to Geneva Convention, when people start waving white flags, you don't need to attack them. You don't need to engage them. Unknown to us, that were behind these people, there were a lot of RPG launchers behind. I'm telling you based on experience. Most of you have never experienced that. It is only those that have experiences will tell you what they see.
Exactly.
Those that have been there, I have been to 5 different wars. 5. This little man that you see here, I have been to 5 different wars. And no one was less than 1 year, 6 months. In Liberia, it was 3 years, 8 months. No pass, no leave. I'm telling you based on experience. According to Geneva Convention, anybody that is waving white cloth or raise his or her hands up, you have no right to kill. If you kill that person and you are prosecuted or found, you will be prosecuted. You just kill a prisoner of war, a Pope.
And that's what happened to Charles Taylor, because people were raising their hands and they were killing them.
Okay.
And that's what's happening to Palestinians, because the Israelis are killing them even when they're waving white flags.
So what do you see? What do you see is this. If we were, you see, like, I do not know the present training that they are giving, the Nigerian soldiers. You don't be deceived by what you see at the point line, what we call red zone. Don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. I almost got killed. A captain was shot when he was going to receive them. A captain was shot because he was not in the trench. So do you want me, like you, to Niger, people that you think that they are coming
But
out?
what's your point? Make it short. Make your point short.
My friend, will you keep quiet? Don't let me use some words on you.
Maxi, you know you are not reading news for every one of us now. So that nobody will structure, everybody will contribute.
Yeah, we want to make it short so that we can finish.
You ranted, you interjected people here left, right, and center, and made people not to lose their focus.
Maxi, is it because you have Maxi has talked his cow to sleep, so he's not in a hurry to leave here. He wants to stay here with us till the cows come. Well, till the cows wake up before he's ready to leave. So yeah,
okay,
just
this is Maxi from Ghana.
Yes, no.
Yes,
I'm sorry about that.
He's got a lot of beef that someday he's going to throw party in Ghana. We are going to come and eat beef.
Yeah.
So he's got they have all gone to sleep now. So he's chilling out here. Yes.
Tinaja, I'm inviting you. By the grace of God, if everything works out fine, I will invite you December 2024 by the grace of God to come and witness our election in Ghana here. So you see how we do our things here.
You want to show off? You want to show off? Show off for us. We want to start rounding up now. So everybody, just finish what you're saying.
Can I say something and leave, please?
Let me say
this. Once you finish
let
talking, then you can say your bit.
Let me say this. It is difficult for you when you see your fellow soldier mutilated and you go in there with a lot of aggression. That is how it is. And in every war is like a storm. When it comes, it takes both the dry wood and the live ones. That is how it is. So for me, I will not blame Israelis because they were provoked. Although it is disproportionate with what they are doing. There is what we call disproportionate force. And I believe that what they are doing, according to them, if it is not right in the sight of the United Nations or the world leaders, the United Nations Security Council members, and there of them, 5 of them there, they should at least call Israel to order and find a way to stop the use of disproportionate force, because it is. Well, I do not know. People will always know. It depends on where you stand. Thank you, too, Niger.
Thank you. You see why it's good to allow people you have to have discussion to and fro, because he didn't start in that position, but he ended up in a position where even he admitted that it's disproportionate.
It is disproportionate force that is being used as well, because they have so much overwhelming power over these people that they could choose to actually operate in a way. Right now, the politicians are waving the white flags. I don't agree with the attack that they did to it baffles me to think that you are so overpowered. Why would you go and create this mess for your people?
I think they did it because they feel like it's the shortest route to getting to actually focusing on the real issue, which is the occupation. And they felt like they know that Israel will respond like this, and they calculated that it's worth the price.
I do have other things as well. Obviously, Netanyahu has capitalized on it and say, well, since you're gonna do this, we're just gonna go out and just bomb you and completely. There's an aim. There's an aim here. It looks like, for me, they're trying to disperse them completely across and all that stuff, because that's why I see this disproportionate.
They won't be able to do that. They will try. They might take some land from Gaza, which I suspect they're already taking some land in West Bank, but I don't think they can displace them.
So for me,
the whole world watching.
To see that
they already displaced. They can displace them. They're already on open concentration camp.
Hold on, let me finish.
No, I agree with that one to an extent. Yeah, Faraday needs to have a word. Okay, just say your bit. Let everybody say one round, then we close out. I think we've been here way longer than I planned.
Yeah,
all right. Tunaja, thank you so much for allowing me to come in again. So, I mean, the truth is, as I said, if you have the make of human kindness, you'd be concerned about the death of anybody, irrespective of what side of the divide you stand in. I wish there was a better solution to this, because I mean, when I look at it from an historical view, it would seem like both sides do not want to have a solution to the issue. The reason why I say that is when the British left that land called the Palestine Mandate in 1948, the part that was inhabited by the Arabs, I use Arabs figuratively now to refer to the Palestinians as opposed to the Israelis, had a bigger share of the land than Israel. And then on May 14th, Israel declared their independence within that land they had. I think what would have really helped would be for the Palestinians to just declare their independence, and we have both nations, because the land was being shared between the Jews and, in quotes, the Arabs. That would have really helped like the situation. But then what we saw was an aggression from the side of the Arab coalition, and that has kind of just petered all through history. But that being said, I'm not really in support of the occupation of Gaza, the continued building of settlements around that area. The point I was trying to make earlier, that Mr. I Speaks the Truth said about Orthodox Jews believing that the Jews or the Israelis are supposed to be a migratory people. I put a link up there, and I challenge him to put a link to actually support his assertion, because the link I put there really speaks to the issue.
You want me to cuss you out on camera like we've been doing in the private chat?
Man, I mean, I'm not going to get into the dirt with you.
Yeah,
like,
you're not going to get into the dirt, but you've been talking all slick behind the private chat now. Like,
let's leave it now. This is the round. We are rounding up.
Forefathers, you see the kind of person we have on the platform. All I did here was challenge him to put a link on the assertion he made on camera, and he's resorting.
And I keep telling you, stop quoting me out of context. We've been talking. We're talking about this right now. Stop being deceitful. Listen, this is the problem I have with a lot of y'all.
Proof. Let one at a time.
You guys are so deceitful and manipulating.
No, it's not about deceit.
Proof. Take it easy. Calm down. Truth.
I keep telling them the same thing. Stop quoting me out of context.
You have your chance.
You have your chance to say what context you were talking about as a roundup.
At least there are about 5 people on the platform here. Did he not say that the Orthodox Jews are against Zionists because they believe they are a migratory people? Did he or did he not say it?
I don't know what he says is because they believe, but I know he said something about that they are migratory.
And then he's accusing you of lying.
Because you're quoting me out of context. I haven't called you a liar. I'll curse you out if I have to call you a liar.
You have your chance to have your final say.
So what I'm saying is, to Nigeria, there's a link up there. I know you're rounding up, but it will serve everybody to just go to that link to see what Orthodox Jews believe. What they do believe, they believe that the Jews have a right to the land, but they do not approve of the way that Zionists have gone about it. They believe that land, they will get back their land miraculously. And when they get their land, it will be under Jewish laws. Like, it won't be a secular state. So that's different from saying that they believe that Israel or Israelis are a migratory people. That's just what I want to say.
Like, I really have choice words for you, but I'm just going to try to calm myself down. Okay?
Can you hold on? Let him finish.
It's almost like a secular firing squad. The Jews believe that is going to be Jewish. Christians believe that.
He's picking out one part.
Hold on now, Roof. Come on. The Christians believe that they are going to convert the Jews by force, and they are going to kill a third of the Jews, by the way. And then the Muslims believe that they are going to convert all of them.
Exactly.
It's like a secular firing squad in that area.
No. Listen.
That's a very important point you made.
Listen, that was what I said.
Hold on. Let him finish. Then
that point you made is very important, and that's why I believe that there will not be a solution to it, because it's a religious war in a way. Like, war that's propelled by religious inclinations. The Arabs believe that that's their land. They believe that the Jews should not have a right to that land. And then the Jews believe that they have a biblical, or maybe like, should I say Judaic, rights to that land because Yahweh gave them that land. So that elevates it to a very very secular kind of war, as you rightly pointed out. So I'm not I speak the truth. I'm not here to antagonize you. I just believe that, as forefathers will rightly say, we should always back whatever we say with proof. Now, if you think I misquoted you, please explain what you were trying to say.
Dude, we are not saying anything different, okay? I did not go into a whole rigmarole of the history. All I said was they believe that they're a migratory group, as in they do not believe that the state of Palestine should be divided into Israel. This is what the Jewish people believe, the Orthodox Jews. It is not different from what you're saying. I did not go into, well, they said, well, because they expected, let me finish. They did not expect a king and this. We understand that. The bottom line is the Orthodox Jews do not believe
you are
that.
breaking the order. You are breaking the order we are supposed to be. Don't worry.
I know it's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much.
Round up.
No, I'm done. I'm done. You can speak now. I'm done.
You all are together now. You all believe in the same thing. X0, I am that. Okay, you want to say something before I go to X0?
I bet let all of them talk before I talk.
No. I think the only thing I wanted to respond to my guy who was saying that because it's war, the end justifies the means, which is usually a typical statement everybody uses. But what I'm saying is the disproportionate means in which they're doing this seems more. It appears to me like they are trying to really route them from the region as well and take over more land. That's what I'm not saying if that's the real intention, but that's what it seems like. They're trying to disperse them into the region and all that. So to me, it seems like the disproportion seems to be intentional. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if it is intentional, then this is one of the most heinous sins to watch on TV. It's not just a war crime, it's a sin against humanity.
Let me go next. Can I go next to Niger? See, this is the thing that we are confused. When Israel came into light, right? The landmass wasn't as big as what it is today. Have you asked yourself why they started expanding? They started expanding because the Palestinians and the neighboring countries that were aligning with Palestinians could not let Israel be. And most of the time, Israel, the country today, was being attacked. The neighboring cities were being attacked. Jerusalem, even Jerusalem wasn't part of Israel. All these neighboring borders that share border with Israel before was getting attacked. That was when Israel started the expansionism policy, where if you attack my own area, I have to occupy this place, so we own it. Instead of having terrorist group, attacking us, we occupy this place and put our military in it. And ever since then, it has not stopped. That's why now you have the Gaza, the problem with say the Hamas or whatever, and that's why Israel still attacking West Bank. Hey, young man, shut up. Let me make my statement. You're gonna talk. So now you have what is going on between Gaza and Israel, and it's a good thing because Israel is being threatened, and once you get threatened, you cannot live with someone side by side because we are neighboring countries. Can this guy stay quiet? I cannot go to sleep while there's a terrorist guy right beside me. So for me to clean the system,
West Bank?
I have.
See, Roof, leave it now. You used to be very collected. Today, it's like these people got under your skin, man. I can understand you getting other people.
When you are speaking, we will do you the same thing. We'll pay you in the same coin that you are paying this people.
Let me finish.
Let's allow you to finish.
Jude, by the way, the point you're making is called the Greater Israel Doctrine. I just wanted to chip that in.
Exactly. But this is the thing, right? The same thing happened between Nigeria and Cameroon. I quote this several times when the terrorists left Nigeria and attacked Cameroon militaries on the other side. Not even the military, but Cameroonians living across the border. Cameroon felt like they have to do something. They dive into Nigerian border without even calling Nigerian authorities and attack Boko Haram and part of Nigerians. And some Nigerians were killed in the north, Maiduguri, that border. So it's the same thing that is happening in Israel. Right now, the solution is Israel should not allow Gaza to even become a country on its own, because these people are seeking, they are seeking Iraq, Iran, all these countries to establish their trend in Gaza. Gaza is a smaller place, which is not even close to a town in nowhere, but they have troops that are so powerful. This cannot happen close to Israel. So the best thing for Israel to do is clean them out, capture this place, even West Bank, and that place will become more peaceful. And that's my whole point right there.
That's why you guys captured Bakassi.
Yeah, we captured Bakassi because it was risky to have that part of Nigeria that was attacking Cameroon.
You see this kind of attitude, you see, it started now. You don't worry. When Nigeria emerges, I will make sure your village is one of the ones.
Come on, Nigeria. See, other countries might be scared of Nigeria, but Cameroon can stand the test of Nigeria.
Just pray that someone like me doesn't advise Nigerian leaders. I will make sure they stick you out.
Cameroon will never be scared of. Maybe Liberia and Ghana will be scared of Nigeria, not Cameroon. We have
Bakassi is supposed to be like Israel and Hamas. They are not supposed to let you guys.
Lagos will take care of Cameroon. And you're here talking nonsense.
No, come on. Boko Haram, you guys have not been able to solve it. Only Chad and Cameroon is the one helping Nigeria to fight Boko Haram. What is this guy talking about? What is this guy talking about?
It's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Let's not digress. Paul, please, are you there, Paul?
I just wanted to say something. I just wanted to say something.
No, we don't want to. We have to break up. Sorry, we have to maintain discipline here. You know, Mr. Ex-military man.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's. What do you think so far?
For father, I remember many years ago when the president of Principe and Sao Tome came to visit Obasanjo, and his government was overthrown. Obasanjo just took his hand in the president's shoulder. Obasanjo put his hand in the president's.
Obasanjo, come on, man. Those guys
Obasanjo put his hand in the. Let me talk. I was so quiet when you were talking now. Come on, let me talk. Obasanjo just took his hand in the president's shoulder and said, relax. Obasanjo said, I'm not sending soldier to go restore your government. Yeah, I'll send only my mopo. Only my mopo will restore your government. Obasanjo said, I cannot send soldier. It's a slap.
Do you agree with that statement? All those statements are all false.
Hold on. See, I think this guy doesn't understand. Sorry, Paul. You see, I think was it Amul Sava? He said we were in the process of taking the capital of Cameroon during the Bakassi visit. It was, I think, whether French or Americans, they are the one that called Nigeria back. They reined Nigeria in. So I don't know what he doesn't know.
You people should have annihilated them. You would have saved us this trouble of this low IQ today.
Do you know
because they're going to be shouting over me? Paul, stop.
No,
He's not going to let anybody talk. Paul, please go ahead.
Let me just round up. All I'm saying is that if we keep going back to this history, if you go back to history, nobody will ever live peacefully.
Exactly.
Where I come from in my state, we are majority ethnic group. There are other small ethnic group. They don't have good stories about us. We don't have good stories about them. And if we want to use that might of we are majority, we're going to use it to intimidate them. Just like this same man that is talking now, that is an Ambazonian, is talking now. It is the same pain that he is going through, but he cannot understand it. All I'm saying is that live and let's live. If the Jewish people can forgive Germany upon their 6 million Holocaust that they are talking about, because Germans are white people, you understand what is happening with the Palestinians? Is it because they are brown people? I'm asking the question why they can
because they are neighboring countries.
Let me land with my rubbish.
It's not everybody.
Let me land with my rubbish. All I'm saying is that if they do all these things until today, if you make mention of anything about Holocaust, you understand, they're going to come down on you heavily, anti-Semitic, this and that. They're going to come down on you. I cannot cut my hair certain way. I cannot keep my beards certain way. People will say it's derogatory and every other thing. Do you know why they say all those things? Because they feel the pain. It takes them back to memory, how they lost their loved ones. You understand? The same thing you are doing to other people. And if we can find a way to find that peace somewhere around us. I'll give one small example about West Germany and East Germany. After that rivalry and everything, when East Germany and West Germany, when they came back together, West Germany was the one that developed East Germany, that you and I can travel there and enjoy everything. They can find peace, but continue like this. It just shows that your concern is that you just want us to wipe out these people completely. Today, people might hide under the name of Hamas. Hamas is a government. They won an election. You understand? We may not agree with them, like we may not agree with Russia, like we may not agree with so many things. You understand? But the way they are going about it, I don't think is right. That's all I'm saying. Let's leave the history. The history is there. Everybody can argue the history because your history starts from what your father told you. And my history starts from what my father told me. Remember, it's not your father that told me. It's my father that told me, like your father told you. But we can use common sense and bring this thing together. Let them live in peace. That is all I'm asking for. This killing, and every other thing. You want to kill everybody, kill mother, kill children, and every other thing. You're so concerned to kill children so that they will lose population. It's a strategy. Today, the West are threatened because of the way we blacks today, we are having population. We are good with population. We are still young. Blacks are still young. And it's a threat to them. Why are they taking all our best brains and every other thing? Look at all these things. So you must understand that killing these people sometimes may come from being deliberate. But we don't need it. Let's live and let's live. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you. That you've said something now, haven't you?
I was just saying, in this world, I'm sorry for us West Africans who kind of enjoy peace too much. If you're not ready to kill, you will be killed in this world. Unfortunately, that's the reality. And we can see the kind of behaviors that some people have in comparison to us as well. Like when I listen to this topic, it reminds me of those conversations with kids where he says that West Africans are very docile to how these aggressive, look at how these people are killing each other, their brothers and sisters. Yet we are talking, oh, they should just get along and love each other. This is the reality, unfortunately, but we definitely need to perhaps understand that you need to be ready ready to kill, or otherwise you'll be killed. And tonight you pointed a video before where you're saying how they are expanding and encompassing Israel all the way to Saudi Arabia, to Sudan and all that kind of stuff. One thing that Habibi did say is if these people settle down and all that stuff, they settle down and they stop fighting, they will pay attention to us and all that kind of stuff. And we will be under their boots and we will be the next people that they'll be picking on. So to a certain extent, I look at this situation, I feel sorry for the Palestinian cause. And it's just too hard to watch sometimes. But I do remember at the back of my mind that these people are capable of this towards us as well. Do you understand, Tunaja? Okay, I rest my case. They're capable of doing this to us as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Our people are going through worse probably because they generally they're going through bad things, but we, our own, we are even in coma. If they're it's like we're in coma. Our situation is horrible because we have not even started. At least look at Hamas is fighting hard. Look at how the tunnel they manage to be. Does Nigeria have a tunnel? The only tunnel I think is in Tottenham Barracks or something.
We don't want to die.
Nigeria, we've not even started. Can you imagine if we wanted to be invaded right now? Where are we going to hide? Some of us are saying Hamas didn't build tunnel for the citizens. Our ability didn't even build tunnel for themselves to hide. They will just be on the ground and fighting from the surface. They don't have any way of fighting.
You know what happens tonight with Africans? As soon as fighting, we hold our hands up together in our head and just run away. We hold our hands together.
When Paul was making a submission, Paul said when the coup happened in Sao Tome and Principe, Obasanjo put his hand. You see, I don't want to go this. I don't want to do this.
Exactly.
You know,
Those are nice.
Okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it then. And
The
okay,
guy
let's
doesn't
give.
even know
I speak
what
that
happened.
truth and
I don't want to,
his turn to speak
Nigeria
because
goes, that is Sao Tome is a low hanging fruit.
Exactly.
If Nigeria wants to do something, let them go to Chad.
Exactly. Let
them
them
go to Niger Republic now as we speak.
okay, let's not change the topic now, please. I speak that truth. Please go ahead. We don't have a lot of time left. This is 4 hours now. I didn't plan on this at all.
Yeah, it's been all over the place, and I'm been riled up. I just sent you something on the private chat.
Yeah, I've got it.
You see it? Just watch from 2:15, about 2:15 to like 13:47, and it's an archive. It's from like the 90s, so you understand what the so-called Israel's plan is right now. So I keep saying a lot of people keep conflating Zionists and the Jew. They're two different people. And this is not a war. This is genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. And I think that is why someone like me is pained, because I do understand that a lot of people are looking at everything on the surface level. And most people do not have a deeper understanding. We are learning every day, but people do not have a real deep understanding. That's why you see people actually defend a statehood for Israel. Israel should not even be a state. Palestine should not be divided. These people all lived together for thousands of years before the European decided he wanted to come in and start cleaning and ethnically cleansing everybody. But I'll just leave it at that. I think it is imperative, like I always say, people need to read more. Stop letting your faith, the so-called faith they beat you into, stop letting it dictate logic. Stop letting your emotions dictate logic, because if a lot of people even understood how hated Christians and Christianity are by Judaism, I think they would have a different impression of this whole conflict. But like I always say, most people have been brainwashed, and people need to just unlearn. They need to unlearn a lot of things, and then I guess people have a more open mind into what's going on.
So what you are saying is the Jews were being
Let him ask his
marginalized.
question,
What you are
Can we
saying
leave
is
it?
the
Can we
Jews.
leave it now, Jude? Come on.
I
See,
just want to ask him a question.
no,
You are
don't
saying
ask
that
any
the
questions,
Jews.
Jude. No, this is no time for questions. It's rounding up. Jesus
leave it.
Christ. What do you eat, Jude? Do you eat car battery or
No, I
something?
just want to ask
Can
him
you?
that.
Hey,
wait.
Jude, stop. Jesus Christ. With all that energy, I don't know why Bazolia has not taken over Cameroon. With all that energy.
I enjoy Bakassi money now.
Don't mind him. Exero, please go ahead.
Yeah.
We are even planning to take Obodukato
They don't
Ranch
do
in
this my
Nigeria.
turn, I beg. Let me round
Okay,
up.
come on, let people talk.
I beg, mute him. So,
I'm trying.
first and foremost, in all that's happening, I think our eyes are opening to what's happening in the world. That if you fall Mugu, you will wake up one day, you'll not have your land will be in dispute, and then you begin to fight to recover even half of it, just like the Palestinians are fighting now. Then Nigerians or maybe Africans are brainwashed. They should not be contributing to this matter because they are far less informed. They are contributing from the aspect of religion. Israel, the God of Israel, will always restore Israel. They are believing in that Bible that somebody wrote that they were not there. And the Jesus they are serving is a white man that has blue eyes. So I don't understand them. That's true. 3, I believe in a peaceful resolution rather than conflict, because who would have believed that Israel, that was the slaves of those years that were taken into captivity by Egypt, will now later become the major force in that region today, and everybody is running away.
no might, no power can stop them. Think what will happen in the next 2,000 years. We don't know who will become the power that be. And then maybe it will be another Arab country, and then they will annihilate Israel and chase them out again. So that is why a peaceful coexistence, a peaceful method, they must think a solution. Otherwise, they are going to mess up everything. And why is Africa still docile? With what is happening now, all these people, after fighting themselves and coming together, who knows, maybe they will now go back to the standard practice of taking from Africa, because Africa is always the loser. When there's no war in any part of the world, they're all concentrated and they all agree that yes, Africa should be ripped. Why are these our black leaders not thinking we must come? If they say they want to come in and take our land again, what are we going to do? We don't want to die. Well, let's leave it there. Mr. Truth, I'm not conflicting with you, but I think you're a Nigerian from Igbo extraction. Thank you very much.
Oh, you think he can escape? Look at him now. He's a Muahia boy now. He can't escape. It's just what it is. It's clear. He can't deny it. So my see, I hear what you are saying. I personally, from what I saw happening in Gaza and everything, if I was in charge of Nigeria, I will institute a new building code where every building will have a form of at least one or two. I will increase the bomb shelters in the country, and because you have to prepare. If you want peace, you have to prepare for war. Anytime it comes to you, that's what will deter people from wanting to fight with you.
Yeah, Tunaja, let me just, if you will permit me, you are the host. Let me make my final,
you made your final decision. Don't try it. Don't use.
No, I was being attacked, interjected left, right, and center. Let me just.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. You did have your this thing though, but I'll give you 1 minute.
You see, Tunaja, I want to speak to the Christians especially in Africa as a whole. Israel is a Jewish nation and a Christian nation. Jerusalem is where Christians from African continent goes there for pilgrimage. They did not sit down and begin to pray to God in heaven to save them. These people have sophisticated safe zones underground, well fortified, that bunker busting missiles cannot penetrate, for their own people. For their own people.
Maxi, I'm going to interrupt you. Can you preach Christianity in Israel?
Yeah, but there are Christians. There are Christians.
Can you preach Christianity in Israel? Yes or no?
Yes, you can. But
no, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
You can.
No, you can't. Outside, there are designated places outside of Jerusalem that you can preach Christianity.
Whichever way. Hold up, my brother. You see,
it is not a Christian state. It is not a Christian state. So that is what I wanted to interject about.
Okay, thank you.
It is a Jewish state. It is not a Christian and Jewish state.
If they can preach Christianity, the gospel of Christianity.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
If they can, why do they go? Why do they allow them to go for Christian pilgrimage in Jerusalem?
For symbolic reasons. For symbolic reasons.
See, you can't eat your cake and have it.
It is not a Christian state. No matter how you try to say it, it is a Jewish state. In fact, Islam is actually even more accepted in Israel.
You see the reason why I have issue with you. When you spoke, everybody kept quiet.
Because you cannot come here and start giving us false information based on your emotional beliefs.
Everybody kept quiet. What I'm trying to tell you is this: whether it is one Christian in Israel, and this is not just one Christian, they have a pilgrimage center where they attend to.
It is not a Christian state, so correct yourself.
I'm not telling you that it is a Christian state. I'm
You
telling
just
you
told
that
us
they
it is
have
a
the
Jewish and Christian state.
They have a Jewish state and
Let me even ask you, how many Christians do you think is in Israel today, the population?
I don't know, even if it is 1.
2%.
Even if it is 1.
2%. Almost a negligible amount of Christians.
Even if it is 0.1%. What
It
do
is
you mean,
not.
my brother?
Don't
Do you
come and
think that
tell
you
us,
know
oh, it's a
everything?
Christian and
You
a
just
Jewish
want
state.
everybody. You say it's 2%. Do you know that 2% is
Actually,
a
less
greater
than 2%.
It's a greater number?
Oh, what about, do you know how many
If
Islamists,
you want to
Muslims
give me,
are
if
there?
you 100, hold on. You, it's like you know everything, and you don't want people.
Well, you know, I know a little bit.
2% of 100. 2% of 100 is how many?
It doesn't make it a Jewish state.
See, from what I gather from what I gather
let
from
me
the internet,
finish.
let's
Let me
leave that
finish
one.
my.
So from what I gather from the internet so far, it appears that preaching Christianity in Jerusalem is highly frowned upon.
Of course, it is.
Seems like a
They like to
difficult
lie
thing
to
to do.
themselves.
It's not very easy. It's not that straightforward at all. I was surprised. I'm surprised that's even 18. I didn't even know that one.
But your Nigerian Christians are proud that they go on pilgrimage in
They just lie to themselves because they lie to themselves.
That's where Mumu
they
comes.
don't read.
Our Mumu too much.
What I was saying before Truth interjected me is that these people, they have built up their state and they have built up a system that protects their own people from aggressors. And our African Christians go there, spend their money, BTA and everything to go and worship that God there. They cannot develop their own country. They cannot build sophisticated, safe, tunnels or bunkers for their own people. But they go there, they worship, they pay money. They work so hard in Africa. They go there to go and pay money over there, pay in the hotel, buy their artifacts, and rejoice and come back to Africa.
Wow. Some of these are, you got 30 seconds. Round up, please. You are using too much time.
Let me run. You see, Israel has produced what we call the Iron Domes today that can shut down javelins and the other, smaller missiles.
Israel didn't produce it. America gave it to Israel.
Okay. And Israel is also producing what they call A300 that can shut down ballistic missiles. And what they are engaging now is on laser. This is how a country develops.
American technology.
America give it to them.
American technology. American technology. America gave it to them.
American technology. And America did not even trust them to train them for it.
You have an American accent. Why can't where you come from? You are not an American. where you come from? Why can't your own people produce the same thing?
I don't know.
You are in America.
They need to.
But the Jewish is not producing too.
But where you come from, you cannot allow your.
Let me say my own piece so that we can round up. Let me just say my own piece. Like that Palestinian parent that lost a lot of his family members, and I think that this is a tragic conflict. It's the most evil conflict, and I think there are people gaining from it. America is aiding that conflict for its own particular reasons, and there are no winners here. And clearly, Israel is angry.
Forefather, the day Saudi Arabia lost relationship with America, you discover that they will have problem with Israel. Just watch.
Straight up, that's true.
They're ready now. They're ready.
No, not now. No, not yet.
I just hope that we as a people start recognizing. I think that may be the next wave of movement that we have to start recognizing. There are people amongst us that just want to see the world burn for whatever reason. And sometimes we have to keep them in check if their purposes are not for our greater good. You see, there are some people that are considered terrorists, and some of them are hanging at the backstage right now. And I did say I was trying to close out, but some people choose to come in when I'm trying to close out, and they are here to terrorize us. Why are you waving your hand in the backstage? Why is he waving his hand? I'm trying to close out, and you're coming in. He's been around all this while. He didn't
give us another 30 minutes.
No. I was busy. See, please just give me 30 seconds, please. I am not gonna talk too much.
Okay, you have your 10 seconds.
No, no,
AY,
hold
just
on,
tell
hold
us,
on.
AY, just tell us, say the
No, no,
Muslim
no, no, no.
have
Sorry, sorry, sorry.
18.9% in
What?
Israel.
No, 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 no. What I'm trying to say, right? You see, when we are discussing on a public platform, please let's stick to fact. The guy on the with face cap, I don't know his name. Sorry, bro.
Speak
He's
the truth.
yeah. He's
Speak
not
the
talking.
truth.
Yeah, he's not talking with emotions. He's talking with knowledge. Let's stick to fact. Let's. I don't know. Like you keep saying this, but we'll still come here. It's all about emotion, emotion, emotion. Let's educate ourselves. Come with fact. What he was saying to Mazi, these are actually very correct. Jewish people, they actually see our Christian people as idolaters. They don't
Big
want
one.
to relate with them.
Big one.
It's very sad that even when you come in population, the population of Muslim in Israel is way more than Christian. It's not relative. So
almost 19%, and
Sorry,
Christian is
is it not the
1.9.
Jewish people? Is it not the Jewish people that gave us God of Israel?
So
they didn't give us, so we gave
no,
them.
the
white people gave you God of Israel.
Yes, exactly. White people gave you God of Israel. So
I'm confused.
Is the truth, and they don't even. So a lot when I hear people just be speaking about all this stuff, it's really sad, man. To be honest, the war they fighting has nothing to do with all this religion. You think, oh, they fighting for you. It's all about their interest. The only thing we kind of want to position this war as, oh, a Christian, Muslim, is because of the region. It's just like what you have in Russia, Ukraine today. When you say Russia, Ukraine, just imagine one side was like dominated by Muslim, the other one dominated by Christian. By today, I tell you, we're gonna be thinking, oh, Muslim and Christian are fighting. This is our foolishness. Every time we just talk about things we don't really understand. I don't want to take you guys to my no father don't want to see me. It's okay.
Where did you get that one from? If you were here, it would have been good now. We're closing out.
Yeah, I
would
would have loved to join earlier, but I was a
Yeah.
bit busy, man.
I know it wasn't scheduled. I just thought I should react to NEDMEDIA that is just, that guy, man, he's bending over backward to say things that even Israelis cannot even bother explaining. He just
Forefather, sometimes let me attack some of my Igbo brothers a little bit. You know this thing that you see an Igbo man living in Lagos is a Pentecostal in Lagos, but when he gets to his village, of course he will become Catholic. Because in the East, everybody's predominantly Catholic. But when you come to Lagos, you become Pentecostal. So these are just the funny thing. So we just have it like it's in our DNA. We just want to support, but it's not like that. I think AY explained it much, much better. You understand? If Russia and Ukraine, two different religions happen to come from there, we think it's about religious war, but it has nothing to do. Then these Jewish people that you are talking about, sometimes when we say these people, they succeed, they are doing very well. That is true, and I give it to them because forefather say it all the time. They are not friendly. Even though when you even go to the rabbi, they are whatever they are, that they don't invite you. They don't invite you to come. If you come there, you are like a spy. You are like a trouble. They don't invite you. They don't want you to do anything with them. No, nothing. This is how they are. They keep to themselves. They call every other people sinners. You understand? They keep to themselves. These people that you think, the Judaism.
The moral is that Africans need to retouch their brains. We need to retouch our brains. Stop contributing to this matter so that they don't face us.
We need to get our act together, man. The trouble is coming to us, and if you look at what is going on in Sudan, we see dangers coming, and we don't even recognize it. It's coming for us, and if we are not prepared, sooner or later, I see danger in the Eurasian continent that they are trying to forge an alliance amongst themselves. This is why America goes there to break it up. In some ways, you can even say strategically, America is doing things that favors Africa to an extent, because if the Middle East is not very strong, it gives us time. Because when they get strong, they are coming for us first. I can assure you. When they get a chance, they will come for us.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So we have to get our act together while all this is happening, and our leaders, he's busy going there to beg them. And they go to first Hajj, and they go to which one is the second Hajj again? They call it mini Hajj or something. I don't know. We have all kinds of different Hajj. They won't get them their heads straight. I don't understand the kind of juju they do our leaders, where they can't get their head out of
did you see the earpiece thing? Did you see the earpiece thing?
Christians too, they go
Did you see the earpiece thing? They give father fly Saudi Arabia, mother fly earpiece. They say one is wrong.
These people are going to deal hell with us, and we are worshiping them. This is madness.
I wanted the Nigerians to at least, airpeace. They were on board. They were airborne, and their visas were cancelled. That should have told them, teach them a lesson.
They don't learn.
We don't learn. We'll still go there and beg like fools.
You pack the money that you made for 1 year, whole year, 2 years, 3 years. You carry it, BT.
But they don't learn.
But
they
just
don't learn.
Take it and go there and enjoy yourself, then come back as if you're.
You don't know that Nigeria is overdue.
God will answer you.
Nigeria is overdue for revolution, but we don't want to die too. So we have many problems.
Yeah. So the issue of airpeace, when I was discussing the other day, I was telling that it's purely aviation politics. Somebody was saying, no. Do you know people that use the same visa with Saudi airline and some other airline, they never had issue getting to Saudi. Yeah. So what is going on with airpeace? Purely politics. So federal government need to give support to airpeace to make sure Saudi stop that nonsense. They need to start off for their company.
Thank you. Let me just do some paperwork. Let me do some paperwork. No.
The funny part of it.
No. Let's not extend it. Let's not extend it. I'm sorry. Let me just do some paperwork. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to go a lot longer, and I'm going to be in big trouble. People anyone that has not subscribed, please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 500. I think I'm 420. And subscribe to Nigeria, subscribe to Iroko Post. We are all trying to get to 500. If you've not subscribed, make the effort to just go and subscribe. It's not going to cost you anything. It's just a few seconds. And like and share the video. I never do a lot of this. I should be doing more of it so that I'll have more incentive to be coming back and doing more sessions with us. I wanted to do 2 hours today, but we've done 4 hours, 21 minutes. So we all have to call it a day, gentlemen. No women.
You miss this guy now. You miss Obasanjo's utterance. Take it next time.
Yeah. We definitely, if any chance I get, I'll come online because there are a lot of things to discuss, and there's a lot of things to cover. Thank you all for coming in, and till we meet again in maybe 2-3 days time, I should be on again to cover some of the issues that we are facing in Nigeria. And according to Maxi, say hi to the cows and the livestock and everything.
At least my cow will not go for pilgrimage.
Exactly, man. With all the pilgrimage you are doing, these are the. Oh my God, I don't want to go there.
So, Father, one other point I want you to. Boom Ray, he just posted something I want you to pay attention to. You see.
Boom Ray.
Okay. That's the Nigerian guy here now.
He said a Muslim will kosher, a Jew will eat halal. What that means is, when it comes to, for example, for Jews, this is very, very serious. If a Christian slaughter an animal, a Jewish man will not eat it. If a Muslim slaughter the same animal, a Jewish man will eat it. Mm-hmm. Because they have this belief that Christians don't worship one God. Mm-hmm. So when you say kosher halal is just like a way of
just mentioning the name of God before.
Yeah, mention the name of God, more like one
God, God of Abraham.
So and they want an animal to be killed with mercy.
Yes.
So this is very, very important to Jew. If you say you are a Christian, for example, you say you slaughter an animal, Jewish man will They don't play with it. You
Hey, why? Let me cut you off. Let me cut you. I was the one that
don't
posted
cut you
that.
off. We are
No,
going
I was
off.
the one
We
that
are
posted
actually
that.
going off. No. I'm sorry, we are not doing that today.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. According to our
one more hour.
No, there's no 1 hour. There's no minute. Where is this video I need to use to play out? There is no. There is no going to be any hour.
One more hour.
No, there's no.
These baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
You people don't understand. You have to understand
Just go
this.
through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Sorry, I forgot to say bye to the chat. Fumi, thank you for being here. Boom, boom, Ray, I see you there. Crenshaw Grinder, I see you there. I think I said Fumi.
Boom Ray is the guy with the American accent.
Yeah, Lighthouse, thank you for coming in. A black beauty, thank you for coming in. I enjoy your support. Jude, you are on the panel too. Mark Enelli, thank you for coming in. Niani Mansa, I see you there. Bebe Rodriguez, thank you, always supporting. Okay, Niami Mansa, I've said you. Yeah, thank you all for supporting. And Hybrid 10, I see you there too. Till next time, we say bye.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.